I forgot to do this before I started. I apologize. I don't know if there's audio issues or not. Compared to not thinking straight. Okay, we were building this little farm deal.
I should probably locate a restroom.
Got 2 stacks of potatoes. Holy schmolies. I mean, we could go over to do something else and quit growing those because that's probably enough. What do I want to put over there? Is the stack size there. I mean, you know what, we might as well just put another row there. Fish. I mean, I won't spoil. No need for them to be in here. Bio scrap won't spoil either. I mean, I guess we could put up another fridge over there and put the excess props in it. It's just, I guess. 'Cause, 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 actually. I am going to leave. At least the put the MREs in there. Man, I want to play this game, but I kind of also am like feeling like I want to play PUBG, I guess. I don't know, hang out with the boys. We'll probably continue to play this though. I want to play this too. When I harvest this next time, please give me one more seed. Oh, and I had a wonderful revelation when I went to sleep last night on how to solve that problem. Absolutely ridiculous that I did not even try it before. Like, so obvious what I was doing was not the proper way. We need more rebar. What's the trade for rebar? I believe it's anomalies. I think it was anomalies. Get zapped, dude. I wanna watch it. Yep, that's what you get for coming around here and trying to cause problems.
This sector will be powered down momentarily.
Best.
If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Emitting extreme radiation. Seemed like a hazard box out there or something. Really, but yep, yellow. You know what? I want to paint my fridge. I want to paint my fridges. Let's see what color. Actually, let me look at this rebar thing. Rebar can be found throughout the game, often by breaking manufacturing wood crates, mine crates. Location for rebar can be and in considerable numbers are in the train car with various wooden crates. Maybe we need to car multiple times. Laboratories. But what else was I gonna look at? Trades. What else was I gonna look? I don't remember. Figure it out. hammer. Put these basics away. Okay, and then we make our large shelf. Be ready to harvest. Please, come on, just be ready to harvest.
Ah,
I mean, we probably just do 2 large shelves.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution advised.
Yeah, we probably just do 2 shelves. Let me go grab a medium shelf just to make sure that we don't. Let's see, is this? That's a medium shelf. What? That's a medium shelf? Large shelf? What's the difference? What is the difference between a large and a medium?
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1.
We need more rebar.
Reset complete.
Forgot that button was there. That's a genius button. It doesn't stick out quite as far. Okay. What about size-wise? It's just as wide, it just doesn't stick out as far. Okay. Now let's go get the small shelf and see what the difference is on it. Same depth as a medium. About half, little over half width. Or Where's all your shelves? Do we want to, No, I need to sleep and poop. What the heck? I need to sleep and poop. Oh, anomaly? Oh, let me go catch an anomalies. Oh, never mind. We won't, because they just disappeared. Oh, that's what I'm hearing. You get me through a door? Nope. I need to eat, and a toilet is required. We can turn these off now. I wonder if there's another stew.
This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
There's our regular eaters. Okay, and then... Oh, did you get to harvest? Nope, something else. Into stage. We need
Warning.
one more large shelf.
Anomalous power fluctuation detected in office section.
Are you serious?
Investigation recommended. Critical
Actually,
operation.
I don't even need to.
intermittent power loss.
Don't
Gate
think.
apologizes
The,
for any inconvenience.
That's gonna take care of it. We just get to go collect our free loot.
I have to go right away.
After we take a crap. Isn't that just the most silly? And after we get Mr. Box Leg Guy out of here. And I don't have... knife in here. Let's put a knife. Let's go harvest him. Isn't that just the most silly thing they put in a game? Oh, how am I supposed to get rid of this damn flashlight? I got enough flashlights. I don't think there's a delete item. There's no point in keeping all of these guns. There really is not. Maybe it will give a lot of scrap or something. Let's go stick these. And let's scrap potentially all of those, because 2 metal and 1 oil. Okay, and a bridge. Got 4 there. How many do we have here? 4 there. Put it in the base. Pueblos. Okay, and then we have the small shelf, the medium shelf. You know what? Small, medium. Then we got, oh, I got 3 more here. Thought I had some more. Okay. By the way, anybody that's here, actually, I don't know if I will. My son has had an interest in Ark, and I played a little bit with him today. Did not stream it. I don't know if I will stream it, because I think there's a decent amount of, what do I want to say? I don't know. Yeah, I will sometime. One thing I can say without a doubt is that Ark, the controls on Ark, buttons they chose and how they choose to make it work, absolutely, like, I now recall how ridiculous their choices are on the controls, the buttons that they choose, how they go through menus and stuff. Ark is a very cool game, very cool game, but their choices on the controls are absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. And it almost takes the enjoyment out of the game for me, because it is so ridiculous, in my opinion, like so horrendous. Do I need? I might need one of them shelves after all, just for placement here. I know we don't have very many people here. If somebody watches the video, especially since I'm playing this game, we don't have very many people here. Somebody watches this video later, free to stop in and have conversation. Whoa, that is slanted. How do we? I figured it was straight. see. My title today, the stream. I don't know if anybody else is aware what that means or who that person is. If you do not know who that person is, I highly suggest look into who that person was. This is the proper term. And what they were about. Hope the event that has happened today only furthers his message's reach. If that makes sense. Pretty close. I wish I had a quarter of his knowledge, a quarter of his ambition, a quarter of his motivation, a quarter of his reach. Have a quarter of the impact he has had. Okay, so let's get this one placed maybe. Go ahead and just center it, I think. There's the answer to all my hard problems. Just get a large shelf and put it up there. Like, I don't know, we may move it close to the center. It's possible we could use the outsides for something. When that harvests, I think we will destroy it and then move it into one of those and put a second one there. And then we'll put the light up in the middle or something. And then I do also believe we will probably move these possibly over. We'll see. It's going to hang over by... What did we... So... Medium shelf is just as wide, it's just not as deep. Small shelf is shallower, but not as long. Can I... What happens... Can I use one shelf? You know what? I can use one shelf for 2 garden plots. That's what we're going to do. That is what we are going to do. And then we can move that out, that over, and we don't have to go into the corner anymore to harvest those. I want this to grow. Let's see, isn't there... What is... There is... Farming. Anomalous plant food, incredible plant food. I don't even have that stuff. Fertilizer, don't even have that stuff. Simple plant food used to fertilize crops and help them grow more quickly. 1 anomaly and 3 bioscrap. And it's during the day. I have no anomalies. Let's make some more. Test tube? Is it not a tube? Oh, I thought I was clicked on that one, but I guess not. right back. Might as well craft one more batch. Okay, and then what's another farm plot? For those cables. Do it. Yeah. Oh no, never mind. Never mind, we're good, we're good. We are good. Alright, so we need that. Oh, while we are taking some time, should we shelf of reference so we can see the sizes of the shelf. Paintbrushes. Blue for cold? Maybe? What do we want for soup? brown for soup? I mean, most soups are brown, aren't they? We do lime green for radioactive. Yeah, I think we should do lime green for radioactive. Maybe. Let's see what this looks like. Blue for cold. What? Can't paint fridges? Are you serious, dude? What the hell, dude? You can't. What can I paint? I want to paint the fridges. Did I get a different colored? Yeah, not that big a deal. Forget that. Forget that. Can't paint the fridges. Harvestable. Please, please. Increases item drop rates. Give it to me. Give me. Dang it. One, two, three, four. Probably go ahead and package that. We'll go ahead and scrap this stuff. We need to fill up our water too. Is that centered? That is. Yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Such a shame. No words can explain. Very disappointing. For many reasons. Perfect. We'll probably move that one over. I will have to look. I'll have to look. I do not. I mean, I'm. Now, since you say that, maybe I have an idea. I don't even feel qualified, even remotely. Amount of knowledge, wisdom. That so many people were learning from, and so many more could have learned from. Saddens me. Let's see, where's that? Oh, what did I get here? Give me 1 second. Going through Discord messages kind of thing. Is it fresh? Fresh, Mark? Oops, did I click on the right button? Yeah. I don't think I'm seeing a fresh one from you, Mark. Unless I just do not know how to use Discord, and that is absolutely the possibility. There's Mark. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I don't see Mark. Unless you're talking about an old link. Oh. Like your channel? Was it your channel or something? I don't know if you need to share it with me again. If I'm not finding it. I feel like a horrible person right now because I can't find it. I think maybe I was thinking you were sharing other people's links or something. I'm not sure. I apologize, Mark. Would you be willing to share it again? Either I didn't get it or I didn't know what it was, maybe, possibly. Or I'm drawing a blank at the moment. No, I think I remember seeing it, but I'm not seeing the link or what. Maybe this was there. This. Sure. Not a worry. I will leave that there for a second. Mark. Chance to do what he needs to do. And I did not turn on. And alright, not a worry.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. We're gonna have to go fill those. Yes. Oh man. I have to sign it, make an account. I don't have an account. It's all good. I gotta set up username and shit. Mm. Nah. Nah. Do it now. Do it now. Are you, so this is you, and are you okay with me sharing this? I do have X, yeah.
I open this broadcast with a heavy heart. Charlie Kirk has been pronounced dead after being shot at a Utah Valley University rally for Turning Point USA. In my earlier broadcast, I went over the emergency news of the shooting. We have more details now about the shooter, the event, and different sides' reaction to this entire thing. So again, it brings me no joy to share that Charlie Kirk, an incredible human being who did so much in his 31 years of life, now leaves his wife and 2 children behind, and has tragically passed away. President Trump said, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." This is just so tragic. And now the manhunt for his killer begins. In my earlier broadcast, I showed you a white-haired gentleman that they had arrested and they were dragging away. He was yelling, "Just shoot me, just shoot me." Everyone assumed it was him. I didn't know, because I just kept thinking to myself, if he was right there at the top of the crowd, he would have either taken his own life or known that he was going to be arrested. Now, they believe that they have found a shooter that was up on the roof, and they're even worried there may have been 2 shooters. This was definitely a coordinated hit job to remove Turning Point USA CEO Charlie Kirk. Violence is not the way. Violent, horrible rhetoric is not the way. And sadly, we lost one of the good guys today. So now the FBI are fully on the scene. They are combing through video footage, cell phone footage, cameras on campus. They are trying to figure out who is the killer, who is the assassin. This was obviously somebody with a lot of experience with shooting from long distances. Sadly, this is gruesome, but the bullet went right to the left of his trachea and right through where the carotid artery and jugular vein are. He was rushed off by heroes and taken to the hospital, where they thought they had stabilized him, but unfortunately he had passed. So what do we know? We know that 1 or 2 assassins plotted the killing of Charlie Kirk. We don't know who they are. I'll show you what we do have so far. This is a horrible, tragic event. I see your comments. I don't want you guys to think I'm ignoring you. Please feel free to comment. I will read those throughout the broadcast, but I just wanted you guys to know. So just moments before the tragic shooting, I just want to show you who Charlie Kirk is, because such an incredible human being. So right before, I'm talking minutes before, he's handing out hats, and somebody calls for him to come over, and he walks out of his way to get a hat to a man with special needs. So just an incredible human being, was trying to do good, give courage to the youth. He walks out of his way. So just an incredible human being, was trying to do good, give courage to the youth, the coming generation. All right, now here's what we know. Let me show you this. This is somebody from far away. Here's the shots. I wish I could zoom in a little bit better, but this is believed.
Right up. Yeah, you think he'd already be in place?
Right there, they see somebody lying. This is facing towards where Charlie Kirk was.
Just saying. He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa, from over there, ran in.
So from where they were, you have the event, and then directly back about 100+ yards are these multi-story buildings. He is believed to have been front and center looking right at Charlie. Charlie would not have seen him because of the tent that he was under in order to give shade to his eyes. Let me show you what we have here from Alex Jones. You can see the shootings happened. Everyone ducks. And then right there, running away. Right there, right there.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over.
So you can see right there the person running away. Now, it's believed that this is a younger person based on how quickly they jumped up and they were able to run away from the situation. Here's another one. Let me show you this. Right there, you can see this is right to the right of Charlie. Somebody was filming him for TikTok, turned their body, and you can see the shadowy figure running away. So the FBI, Kash Patel, is saying that they are deploying resources to the area in order to get this criminal. So the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's assassin is definitely underway. Now I want to show you what some of the heartless people are saying about Charlie Kirk, how they're blaming Donald Trump. They're blaming Charlie Kirk, saying that he's the reason that he got shot. Let me just show you what some of these goblins had to say.
Because as we were just talking about a moment ago with Alan, after one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as a justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. The carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
I must admit, I'm at a loss to guess as to what happens next.
Forgive my French, but these people are so fucking stupid. They're either incompetent or nefarious. I hope it's incompetent. It's hard for me not to think the other. Like, seriously, you don't think that requires some sort of action? You don't think that requires some sort of action? Makes zero sense. Like, I don't understand the logic.
All right, I know what happens next. You goblins go on and you defame Charlie Kirk and you defame President Trump and you say that this is their own fault. These people are literally wicked. Now, I'm wearing the hat that I got from Charlie Kirk's event, this bright white hat with gold 47. I donated to his group. I'm terribly upset about the whole thing. I apologize for the earlier broadcast where I struggled to compose myself. This has been really, really, really rough. Now, again, here is MSNBC talking about Charlie Kirk saying maybe one of his own people shot him. You know, Republicans, they're so wild with guns, they just shoot them in the air.
In which a shooting like this happens.
So irresponsible.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
in which a shooting like this.
So it could have been one of his own fans,
incompetent,
shooting a bullet off in celebration of Charlie Kirk being great.
No, that's not the fact.
These people ought to be ashamed of themselves. This is just so tragic. Let me show you what CNN was saying about Charlie Kirk.
He's also a controversial figure at times. He goes into these various college campuses, pushes conservative issues, gets into heated back and forth often with these students on these college campuses. But of course, none of that is violent.
None of that is violent. Charlie Kirk was one of the few people willing to hold civil debate. He never backed down. He went to England and debated. He debated all over the United States of America. He really believed that you could solve problems through talking them through and taking action, not through violence, not through shooting guns. These people are crazy. I see your comments. I just want everyone to know that's watching, I love you. I am sorry if you are hurting. I am hurting. This is very painful. I feel so bad for Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, and their 2 children. They don't have a dad now. And that is a tragedy. That is an absolute tragedy. Let me show you what else these goblins over on MSNBC were saying about Charlie Kirk.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off.
Oh, my apologies. That was a duplicate. Let me move over to this one. Oh, this is Governor Pritzker of Illinois. He says that he's sorry. It's a fake sorry. He then blames Donald Trump, and then you can see him smirk. This guy, watch this.
My sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously is, become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know they seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
See that? See that smile? He couldn't hide that smile. Blames Donald Trump. Smile. He couldn't hide it.
Political violence.
See that?
Who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
See that? See that smile? He couldn't hide that smile. Blames Donald Trump. Says that Charlie Kirk brought this on himself. These people are just absolute goblins. Let me show you another goblin. Just absolutely disgusting to me. I don't wish anything evil on this woman, but listen to what she had to say.
Difference between one side and the other.
Die by the sword. He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights. Live by the sword, die by the sword. He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights.
Oh, that is Hillary Clinton's laugh. I can't believe this. There's another lady out there that's like, listen, I know we're not supposed to celebrate when people are gunned down, but let me just do it on your behalf. These people are sick. Our country is full of mentally ill people. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Some of them have, apparently, Charlie Kirk derangement syndrome. It's very, very sad what we are seeing here. So the manhunt is on in Utah. They do not have a lot of leads, but they are doing everything that they can to track this down through cell phones, through cameras on campus. I will continue to keep you updated as we know more. Let me show you something here. This is Speaker Mike Johnson tried to call for a moment of silence and a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Democrats literally start screaming. They start screaming, this is inappropriate. This isn't what Congress is for. Well, I'll just let you guys watch. I'm going to fast forward because it's a little bit long.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
All right, now I'm going to skip forward.
Oh, right.
Saying prayer's inappropriate. Then they start screaming and yelling.
Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be
prayer's
in order.
Inappropriate.
The House will be in order.
I mean, these people showing their true colors. They don't like what's going on here, then move someplace else.
The House will be in order.
I'm sorry if it's hard to hear, but they're just screaming
we will
and yelling.
join for prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House.
All right, so they had to basically switch gears on what they were wanting to do. Here's something from William Wolf. This gets even worse when you consider that Charlie Kirk, more than anyone else in America on the right or the left, built his platform making a good faith effort to model civil political discourse and debate in the public square. His entire project was built on reaching across the aisle. And Vice President J.D. Vance says this is such a good point. If you actually watch Charlie's events, as opposed to the fake summaries, they are one of the few places with open and honest dialogue between left and right. He would answer any question and talk to everyone. And that is true. The only political event I've ever been to in my entire life was a Charlie Kirk event. And during that Charlie Kirk event, he had Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks on. This guy hates Donald Trump. He's liberal. He's anti-Israel. And they came together and they had a really incredible discussion about what are the things that we could do to build our communities and build back our country. It was a really actual beautiful thing. But that doesn't seem to be what the left wants. They're going to, here's something else to point out to you guys. Remember about 10 days ago or so, I had to cover that horrible tragedy where that transgender person shot up a Catholic school on day one, literally shooting children in the middle of prayer. And then they went on TV all night saying, screw your prayers, F your prayers. Where was God? Just angry, 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 right? Those same people are now putting on Twitter, our prayers are with Charlie Kirk. Our prayers and thoughts go out to Charlie Kirk and his family. Give me a break. Bunch of hypocrites. I don't pretend to know how prayer works, but I still believe in it. And now that Charlie is gone, my prayers shift over to his family and to our country. Yeah. People die. It's horrible. This is horrible. Today is a horrible day. But it's much worse for Erica and these two children. So now my prayers transfer not from saving Charlie Kirk, but to helping his family get through this tragedy. You know, you pray that a mountain will be moved so that you can move forward. But once you realize you're on that mountain, you just pray for the strength and energy to climb it. So the manhunt is on in Utah. They don't know whether there was one or two shooters. Right now they have video of the one, and they are going to be going after this. I'll just show this one more time before I sign off with you guys. Right there, right there, right there.
Get right up.
And this is the side profile.
You would think that.
Of that same building. So if you believe in prayer, which I do, pray for the FBI to find this person. Pray for the FBI to bring this person to justice. Pray for Charlie Kirk's wife and his children. Oh, man. This is crazy stuff. I just want you guys to know I love you. If you're hurting, I am sorry. I wish I could take that hurt away. It's very, very, very sad. Okay, as I know more, I will come on and share more with you. Someone is saying they have him in custody. Unless that's like breaking news, there was an older gentleman that they brought into custody that was yelling, "Shoot me, shoot me." He was not a part of it. So unless there's breaking news, in which case I will come on again. But as of right now, the manhunt is on. They do not know who did this. They are tracking every lead that they can. And the left seems to be celebrating one of President Trump's biggest voices, Charlie Kirk's death. It's really, really gross to me. All right, I love you guys.
It's disgusting.
Stay amazing, and I will see you on the next video.
Absolutely disgusting.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi? Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28.
Dangerous and unacceptable, an unacceptable thing. And I think
that was just, oh shit, this is live. It's a super long thing. Doesn't mean we're not gonna watch it.
Yes.
Robert.
Hello, my friends.
Gouveia.
What a horrific day. Charlie Kirk is dead. Murdered, assassinated, and the shooter is still at large. We are horrified by what
Ally,
happened,
Robert.
sick, and enraged, as I'm sure
You
many
see
of
what
you
I can
are.
do to,
They say they have a press
justice.
conference for us that's going to be happening in just a few minutes. And so we'll go through this and get through this together. We have the news panel up, and we can see that there is a lot of coverage about this. And you may have seen the footage. And we just pause to pray for Charlie. May he rest in peace, and for his family, his wife, his daughters, all of his friends, and everybody who is impacted by his work and his movement. And we'll keep our eye on what's coming out. You can see Turning Point just came out with the statement. They said it's with a heavy heart that we confirm that Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot. We ask everyone to keep his family and loved ones in our prayers, and we ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time. And so, as you can see, they're getting ready to tell us what the latest is on this. And we want to know what is happening because the shooter apparently is still at large. And we've got a lot of reaction. There's been an outpouring of love for Charlie and his family and for all their efforts from people all over the world. And it is a beautiful thing to watch. We've got reaction from the media that is largely disgusting. We'll go through that. We also had some stuff happening in Congress today. And we're keeping our eye on what's happening on the cables. Now, this is what Fox News Live has for us. They're talking to AOC. I don't really care what she has to say right now. The president posted this. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. And flags are going to half-mast until Sunday. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all Americans' flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. AP has the latest updates for us. Over here. Shooter still at large. This was earlier when he was in critical condition. Now he's been shot and killed. One of the final photos before an assassin's bullet exploded his neck right in front of his wife and kids. I believe his one kid was there at least.
I watched the video
Charlie
to
Kirk,
see how bad it was, and I wish I could
close
unwatch
ally
it.
to Trump and more, killed. Death was announced on social media from Trump. The suspected shooter has not been arrested. The mayor said, a person...
Day 1. If anyone can hear me, I'm trapped. Food is running out. Day 15. Found temp...
person who was taken into custody by law enforcement at the university where Kirk was speaking was not the suspect. And there were a bunch of videos going around of some dude who got arrested.
Anybody
and he was
stumbles
invoking
upon
his
my
right
stream.
to remain silent and all the things. And so many people thought it was him, but it wasn't. The person is still at large. Videos posted to social media show Kirk speaking into the microphone. Single shot rings out. Kirk is seen reaching up. We're not going to play the video here.
I listen to Robert Gouvet all the time.
So you know what we're dealing with. And recognize the evil that is out there. Charlie Kirk.
I don't want to listen to this anyways. I might as well listen to it and share the
having a
screen while I
political
play.
Conversation and someone shot him in the neck. The AP was able to confirm videos were taken at the Sorensen Center at the Utah Valley University campus. He was speaking at a debate hosted by a nonprofit political organization, and he was taking questions literally before the shooting about mass shootings and gun violence, and then somebody shot him. Here is where it looked like Kirk was speaking here. The university stated the shooter fired from the Lassie Center, okay? So the shooter was on the roof, a sniper 200 yards out. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
So
said somebody in the
we are
audience.
done.
Kirk responded, he said, too many. The questioner followed up, do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Kirk said, counting or not counting gang violence. Then a single shot rang out, and Charlie was dead. He was in critical condition. They transported him to the hospital. Counting or shooters there have been, responded, he said, too many. That's 10. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years, said somebody in the audience. Kirk responded, he said, too many. The questioner followed up, do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Kirk said, counting or not counting gang violence. Then a single shot rang out, and Charlie was dead. He was in critical condition. They transported him to the hospital, but he passed. Utah Valley University was immediately evacuated.
Some people can't handle the truth, and the fact that the truth hurts. The fact that what they want to allow and be okay with, because they want to be okay with other things that they don't want to hear, that it's not healthy. They don't want to hear that it's not good. They don't want to hear that it has consequences. And they're willing to shoot a man. Family. Over it.
Remains closed. Officials have been seen looking at a photo on their phones and showing it to people to recognize if they have a person of interest. The event was the first of Charlie's The American Comeback Tour. Online petition from lunatics said, we don't want to hear from you because we hate free speech. He said, what's going on, Utah? And now he's dead. Now they're giving us Gavin Newsom quotes for whatever reason. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chavez, a Republican who was at the event, said in an interview, it seemed like it was a close shot. Someone else said Utah is one of the safest places on the planet. We don't have these types of things happening. Turning Point, founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk when the dude was 18 years old. This dude was a force of nature.
Fucking amazing.
He built an empire that changed the landscape of our political arena. And he had 40 years, at least, ahead of him. And they cut him out, man. Because they're cowards. They couldn't just go to the mic and ask him a question.
Yep.
Despite early misgivings, Turning Point enthusiastically backed Trump and more. Hannah Schoenbaum is writing that story. Over from CNN, let's see what they've got reporting for us. We still don't have the shooter. They said they had the shooter. We still don't know. Charlie shot and killed. A manhunt is underway. They should be briefing us very soon. 2 federal law enforcement officials tell CNN. The initial search has not recovered the gun used in the shooting. A law enforcement briefed on the matter told CNN. So the sniper took the weapon with him. Authorities are expected to hold a news conference shortly. They're going to have updates. Of course, we're going to cover that live. They have not identified a suspect. We'll see if they give us one. Investigators don't have a suspect identified, they say. Bondi said that the agents from the Bureau are out on the scene. Law enforcement officers can be seen in the videos combing through buildings, including rooftops at the perimeter of the open-air venue where the shooting occurred at Utah Valley University, an apparent effort to collect evidence. Police are still looking for the suspect, and so we'll get more, hopefully very soon. Kash Patel posted this. We are closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly for ongoing response and investigation and help in that arena. Pam Bondi also said, FBI and ATF agents are on the scene. Pray for Charlie. A lot of this was posted before he passed, and so hopefully we get an update very soon. Now, Jackie Heinrich says that the NSA and others were actively engaged in this. Okay, so the whole of the federal government is looking like it's being activated. Situation Room and NSA Rubio are actively engaged in monitoring.
You mean like Robert Gouveia or somebody like that? Is that what you mean? Crossed my mind, not for the fact of making fat cash. I've got enough to keep me content. If I could make a difference, felt confident I could make a difference in the time that I would devote to it compared to the time I would take from my family or myself, because I need time to myself in order to be good, able for my family, I would. But I don't think I have even close to the knowledge, capability to, and there's plenty of them people out there. I would prefer somebody just watch somebody like Robert Gouveia. If people want to bring conversation in here and discuss it, more than willing and happy to. Believe me, I thought about it.
During the situation,
I just don't think I'm the man for the job, although I know that's an easy cop-out. That's not why I used to say it.
Secretary Kennedy had some posts saying we're praying for you. Todd Blanche.
And I can't
saying we're
help
investigating
everybody.
This. Eric Trump said Charlie Kirk is a great friend. Kevin McCarthy praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. Secretary Duffy.
I've got a few.
Said Rachel and I are in complete shock. We don't know what else.
I have a few family issues that I have to deal with, and that takes a lot of brain power. It's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
And I think
I'm tired.
Making sure I focus on that. What I need to do. I hate making videos. That's not an excuse either, but I hate making videos. I hate making the time to do that, especially if it's content that's already out there and I feel that they can
Anyone
find
else getting a bit hungry?
I don't give a shit about if I could pull some revenue from it. I fucking care about that. I mean, I think everybody does. It's not an excuse not to act, but risk slash reward or slash benefit, I just don't have a large enough following, I don't think. I mean, if I had a larger following, maybe. But the thing people follow me the most and watch me the most for is just to play PUBG. And regarding that aspect, that you or nobody else on the stream probably has a clue what the hell I'm talking about. I think that's an important topic that needs time and help also. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I'll still, I don't know.
To do with this this moment, other than pray for a miracle for this devoted Christian.
I need God to get into email. Or voicemails or text messages. So I know what he wants me to do. That's what I need. Although that ain't gonna happen. I gotta go get more ice. I'll be right back. Here I am, setting a great example. Sipping on whiskey and a Smirnoff Ice screwdriver. I think I do it within reason and moderation. But
Patriot before he passed. Jesus, King of the universe, please wrap your loving arms around Kirk. Now more than ever, please heal him and deliver our nation from the political and religious violence that has afflicted us. Amen to Secretary
Alright,
Duffy.
I need to go try and kill some robots to get
Now,
some
the media
more. And maybe
was
the train.
horrific.
Train and robots. I gotta
And before
remember
we
where
get
the
into
train
that,
is.
Let's just check in with the cables and see what's
I forget.
happening
I
over
just
here.
went there the other day.
Because it looks like Laura Ingram is doing some recording now.
No.
Oh,
These
I
young
think I remember
people-
now. I
These
think I
young
remember
people
now.
mean business, and they are on fire with their faith, returning to family, becoming more serious about what America is now and what she should be in the future. So he was on our show a couple
Marjorie
nights.
Taylor Greene over here.
Even people that didn't agree with him would come, ask questions.
What America has been, what it's all about, what's good for America. All these people that don't like it and are fighting so hard against it. If other people chip in, I'll chip in, and I'll help pay for plane tickets to get them out of here and to a country of their choosing. Get them out of here into a country of their choosing. This is so bad. What place has it so good that you want to go? We'll get you out of here. Let you experience what you desire. If you change your mind, we'll welcome you back.
Even argue with him. He was always about the debate.
Yes, let's go back.
And Charlie Kirk was never for violence. And to see him murdered in such a graphic way in front of the camera, and that video is too gruesome. Honestly, I hope it gets taken down. I don't think his wife or children one day should ever see it. I really hope it gets taken down. But
I understand what she says about that. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, I kind of highly recommend considering whether you really actually want to see it or not. I wanted to see it to see how bad it actually was. If I thought he was going to be okay or not. And I wish I could unsee it. But that is not an option. You cannot unsee it.
It's horrible.
I'm at a loss for words, and I'm not often at a loss for words.
How concerned are you about?
I think it should be available. People to see how they respond, and people that are glorifying over that shit, that's a fucking problem. It's a mental health problem. Mentally, you're not going to contribute here. You're going to just cause problems. So please go someplace else.
He's a giant on the right. You were.
Yeah, he had asked me that too. Of course, I am very concerned. I have some of the most death threats in Congress, and they're always ongoing. But again, today it's not about me. Today it's about Charlie and his wife and his family and everyone that's mourning his loss. So, thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene there.
We just ate.
So they're going to look at that to see
yeah, we're pretty
whether
good.
there's any indicator there of anybody who might have been perhaps making threats against Charlie Kirk, and then also
scrap that,
looking
take
at
the
cell
stuff
phone
so we
towers.
can make it again.
Can you keep a secret?
Do we want to take these? Are 5 pounds.
And it's in this golden mug right here. I started
let's take
drinking
2 of them.
golden milk at night as part of my wind down routine, and I am hooked. And right now you can buy one and get the second one for free. First off, its taste is amazing. It's super creamy thanks to the coconut milk. But what's the real magic? Is what's in it. It has turmeric.
Not paid for, nor do I want to pay for
pretty much every
premium.
cell phone that is connected to a cell phone tower in that vicinity to try to identify any anomalies. People who may not belong to that area or go to that university. Again, this is how they begin, essentially trying to find a needle in a haystack in an investigation like this, where there are no obvious suspects. There's nobody who clearly was detained there and that they believe could have carried this out, Jake.
All right, Evan Perez, thanks so much. And on that matter, on that subject of the FBI, let's bring in Andrew McCabe, who is the former deputy director
Andrew
of the
McCabe
FBI.
is a lying hack criminal. Get him off your channel. He should be in jail. All right, so they bring on a corrupt FBI agent to come talk about Charlie Kirk's death. This guy hates Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk talked about what a corrupt piece of garbage he is. So well done, Jake Tapper, you piece of crap. Now, there's a lot more that's happening out there. We have Barack Obama with a ridiculous ex-post, and he said the following. He said, "We don't really know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
Really?
I wonder what it is."
You don't.
But this kind of
really.
despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially
Descendant
for
Day.
their 2 young children.
Yeah.
So he's getting raked over the coals
Fucking
appropriately.
serious?
Mike Cernovich says, "Hey, Barry, you were a member of the Weather Underground, a domestic
What?
terrorist organization that firebombed targets across the country. Or maybe you weren't a member, but only an admirer, and you worked closely with the leader, Bill Ayers. Sour Patch. It was you, your rhetoric, your party. May you never know a moment's peace again. We got Cartier. The rhetoric of the Democratic Party are what motivated this, 100%. Emily Austin. Did this bro just say we don't know what motivated it? He was a Democrat. We don't even know that. We don't know if the person is a Democrat. We don't know who it is yet. But the point is, you can't infer the motivation. Somebody tried to shoot Trump in the head, and they said the same thing. Charlie Kirk was a political leader. He was giving a political talk at a political event. Somebody shot him in the neck, and he's killed. We know what it was. They didn't want him to continue to speak. They were trying to silence the very effective advocates for America. And they just play dumb. I get so sick of this. They just play dumb all the time.
Child manipulation on an adult level is what it is.
They are definitely
Child manipulation, diversion on an adult level.
From top to bottom, we want you dead if you have a baby that you don't want, kill it. Euthanasia, we'll just kill you when you're a senior. They bring in illegal aliens.
Do whatever they want without consequences or accountability.
To poison our people. They release criminals onto the streets to slice people's necks open. Luigi Mangione shoots some CEO in the back and gets like a hagiography, essentially, from people like Taylor Lorenz, saying, well, it's kind of exciting. They are sick, and every time something like this happens, they just try to pass the buck to somebody else. We don't know what motivated this person. Okay, I think we know. You don't want to admit it, but it's your party. You guys are the same people screaming constantly that the right is filled with radicals and right-wing extremism. You're shooting people, not us. Barack Obama, idiot. So that was out. Let's see. Charlie Kirk is speaking right now. Let's listen to this.
To send those to the FBI.
Oh, just a
they'll
little
assemble. The FBI is capable of assembling a massive.
It is, Brett, and I think those who would carry out these evil acts and this type of violence, they want to push people indoors and away from that type of evangelization, because Charlie was so effective, just like Trump.
Absolutely,
twice they tried to kill him. So he's so effective. Anyone who is effective and in the public eye, you're a target.
If you can be effective, if I thought I would be effective, don't let that change your mind. Do it anyways, regardless of the risk. I wish I thought I'd be effective. Maybe I will in the future. I don't know. I don't have even a small fraction of the knowledge he did.
And I think the message, and it probably is a message of intimidation. Maybe we won't go in public part of the country. And Utah is obviously a conservative place, but they want to drive people indoors and to isolate them from the rest of the public. Charlie, he knew the threats, by the way. He was very aware of the threats. He had He was, and that's why so many young people here pointed out because he touched their hearts and their minds. That is really hard to do. Really hard to do. And he did it night after night, day after day.
And he was doing it with big Gavin Newsom in the back and forth with the governor of California, who, by the way, put out a statement, obviously lamenting this violence and saying it can't happen, and mourning his death and condolences for his family. A lot of Democrats have obviously put out statements tonight.
Well, I'm infuriated though, Brett. I mean, I'm inconsolable on the sadness front.
Me too, Laura. I'm outraged.
And I heard so many young people, they're infuriated that this happened. They're angry. They want to channel it in a positive way. But this cannot continue. And Democrats and Republicans have to get together and issue and there should be a joint statement by
This may be by a ridge wall. 2 people could win a Lamborghini.
Train too loud.
See Velociraptor or 100.
And all the Democrat leaders, Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and all of them, get out there in the public and say, this is it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. They're scum also. So we've got some reaction here. This was an unbelievable moment on the House floor, clipped over courtesy of Town Hall. And you see, this is what they captured. So in Congress today, Representative Warren Bolton requested a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. Just pause and just pay respects for somebody who got shot in the neck and killed in front of his family. Here's how that sounded from these psychos on the left. And I'm pretty sure it's Jasmine Crockett. You can hear her dropping the F-bomb on the House floor, doing talking whatever language she talks, sounding like this.
What purpose is the gentlelady from Colorado run?
Flat sighted. So a little bit, I'll back this up a little bit. Let's see if we can boost this volume up here so we can really hear some of the audio. And you can hear, it's the woman from Colorado is called, Lauren Boebert, and she says, hey, I think it'd just be appropriate right now. You can hear she's talking in the back over here. And then as soon as she says moment of prayer, the Democrats start screeching. So let's see if we can boost this volume up so we can hear the good stuff.
For what purpose did the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
It just goes to show what kind of people they are. And they need to do something with that information. They need to do something with it. Absolutely need to do something with that information. Oh!
Nothing will remain.
Sorry for the loudness of the gavel.
The House will be in order. We will join for prayer right now. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was Jasmine Crockett. You can hear it.
Let's
hear that. What was that? That was Jasmine.
Let's wait a minute.
Did you hear her say the F-bomb? Y'all something effing something, and then he comes out, man, I would like a transcript of that. She's a maniac, and she's dropping F-bombs. She can't even pause for 2 seconds.
I may soon need the facilities.
In America got shot in the neck. Sick people. That's on the floor of Congress.
Absolutely disgusting.
So how can you call for, like...
Absolutely disgusting.
Reconciliation with the Democrats. Or like, we should come together and have a conversation about this. There are many of them who will not even stand up. That's how sick they are. Here was another one from these lunatics in the media. Let me see where this one was. I got so much of it. Here you go. Mostly peaceful memes. Just shared this video here, or this image, explaining the Michigan State Legislature is currently praying for Charlie Kirk, who was just shot. Here are two Democrats called Joey Andrews and Emily Devendorf, who couldn't be bothered to stand because they're too in favor of Charlie being shot. In fact, they were snickering, said somebody, right? That's kind of how we're dealing. This is the opposite party. They want you dead. During COVID, if you didn't get the jab, they said you shouldn't get medical treatment. In fact, some of them said you should be forced to take it, or you should be locked up in prison. Remember that? They want people dead. And it's not, this is not just, an observation that we should just, oh, okay, I guess that's happening to us. I guess we'll just sit here and express calm and clarity and prayer. Or should we be outraged about this and demanding that our politicians do something aggressive about this and take the reins away from this psychotic death cult party?
Yep.
or else it's a suicidal party. And if anything comes from today, and I hope it's a friggin' reckoning for the Republicans who are in elected positions. You're not playing with a fair set of rules. They will shoot you in the neck, take out one of your top political guys. And I would never call for violence, but I do want repercussions and I want justice. And so let's check back in. Let's see where we're at with this briefing, because I saw the podium was scheduled up, but we don't have the podium now. That was where this was. Let's hear what this guy has to say and see what he is reporting now.
But primarily, I'm just so heartbroken. Charlie's been such a wonderful voice. Such a bright man, just full of smart and articulate and able to persuade people.
He was a force of nature, unequivocal.
Miss him dearly.
All right, so yeah, unequivocal. And I really appreciate what Fox is doing. It looks like they're giving us a little montage. And so let's listen in on this.
No, I do not agree. Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans, human rights. Not a small human. It has a heartbeat. It has brain waves. Not making a child. The excuse is given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you.
Turning Point's growth is in no small part thanks to its savvy use of social media and online media to meet young people where they are, including with viral clips like that.
Hope someone there in Turning Point keeps it going.
Have become a political force and is credited in part with helping President Trump perform so well with young voters in the last election. Brett?
Garrett Tenney in Chicago. Garrett, thank you. Let's bring in former New York Police Inspector, Fox News contributor Paul Morrow. Paul, you know, you're down covering the Ryan Ruth case, and
yeah, another assassin.
I want to talk to you about the hunt for the shooter and where you think this is right now. Originally, they thought they had a suspect in custody. That authorities said there's somebody in custody. It turns out it wasn't him. It was some guy that was running away. It was not this guy. As you look at this.
Hi there, it's Dr. Chad Walden, co-founder of Native Path. We look at collagen differently than other supplement companies. It's so much more than a supplement. Collagen is a staple, and it's been lost in our modern diet. In contrast to our ancestors consumed whole resources, nose to tail, ensuring they benefited from
Absolutely.
organ meats, bones. Today, collagen is virtually non-existent in our diet. So why
hard to find an equal replacement. Probably is not an equal replacement.
This video, and you see what looks like from the university says
hope there's somebody
away. Where do you think this hunt is right now at this
with the confidence to continue?
Well, unfortunately, the early reports that somebody was apprehended may, excuse me, have stilled the investigation a bit because people that might have had something salient and important might not have come forward. So let's take this, assuming that we're starting.
All right, we got breaking news here. We got Cash Patel just posting this. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk, he posted this minutes ago, is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when yeah, we want his name. We want to know who did this and who supported this and who his co-conspirators were and who was funneling him money or resources or information or knowledge or weapons. We want to know what his family was involved in. We want to know if he went to the gun range. Every single social media post. We don't want to cover up like we have had many times over here in multiple assassination attempts.
Anybody that assisted in any form or fashion,
the Butler assassin, Thomas
they need we need accountability, or it will just continue.
So hopefully we find out who is behind this type of criminal network that the military has become, and we're happy to see he's in custody. So that might be why the press briefing is delayed a little bit, because we now have bad news. While we're here, let's take a look at what Pam Bondi had to say. If anything, she may have an update for us. Let's check out her X account and see if there's anything more from her. Nothing else. FBI and ATF agents are on the scene.
What was down there?
for Charlie. Now, I think we might have somebody.
Anything important?
We do. Let's get to it.
The
Here
fuck did it
is,
all go?
Courtesy of. Let's go over here, shall we? Introduction. And now the
Hammer. Battery. Choppinator. I left my fucking light on.
I'm Bo Mason,
What?
Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today, approximately
that makes
12:20 Mountain
zero
Standard Time.
sense.
Political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by a private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooter's suspect and was not an accurate person of interest.
I've seen number Justice for Charlie and number Turning Point movement starting to form. Yeah, absolutely. Hope they make a difference. But me sitting here doing nothing, saying that, like, yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Hope they do something. I hope they get something.
Interest. However, he has been booked in the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack on an individual. In our state and in our country. As we hear, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the
You know, God works in mysterious ways. I couldn't imagine he would work in this way. Couldn't imagine. But maybe. And we all, or most of us anyways, look at death as a bad thing. It sucks when you leave people behind. Especially if they really need you. I don't know. I keep telling myself that maybe there's something so much bigger than that. Just not understandable. I hope. That's good. I hope people fucking see. Good. I hope people fucking see. I think, I mean, social media has had pros and cons about it. I am hoping that it has been more beneficial to let people see the true colors of others and understand where they align and what they think. I can just hope and pray that that is the case. I think we're doomed if people don't. I only got one. Oh, maybe I got some on the other things. Well, did I go the right way? There's a lot of fucking bad guys down there.
FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
I thought Cash just said they got him.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
This is bizarre. Cash posted this 9 minutes ago. You can see it on my screen.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now,
Did they not get the memo?
on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Yeah, this is live right now all across the cable, so this is real time.
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the nation for academic performance with an 88% graduation rate. And Nebraska public school students outperform nearly all peer states nationally on the ACT entrance exam in English, reading, math, and science. Tell us why you're public school proud at publicschoolproudnebraska.org, and we'll send you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely, it is.
We are
Tell Obama that.
Celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence. That this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
Okay.
The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States.
Yeah, 2, really. Second guy to get the shot.
Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken.
Nobody can.
Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk.
Nope.
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror.
And maybe burn in hell.
and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere.
That's a nicer statement.
I don't care what his politics are.
Find the angel in there somewhere. Robert says burn in hell. That's funny. Yeah.
Care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be.
We need to win.
To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us?
It could be.
No.
I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family.
They won't. They're dropping F-bombs in Congress.
And that all of us will try to find a
This summer, for a limited time, Paleo Valley's superfood golden milk is buy one, get one free. And here are some reasons why you should try it. Only the best ingredients of true...
way to stop.
I hate to say it. Not okay or acceptable for us to do anything even remotely close, but it really seems like another flood. Answer. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't claim to know what I'm talking about. Sad. Frustrating.
Hating our fellow Americans.
Yeah, that's a nice statement.
With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification.
Yeah,
do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody?
And if you just so happen to be a person that comes of interest, anybody out there, just cooperate. If you're not, I'll get it figured out. Oh my god. So fucking stupid.
Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to
So
be a second
fucking
individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can.
BRB. Well, after this one's going to be a long time, and we probably won't even get through this one. I did see a Trump video. Trump is pissed. If it's newer than what I've seen, point me to this, Mark. I'm sorry. My brain is like... The first guy's channel that I watched. Did I watch it on YouTube? Where? Somewhere. Stephen Gardner's site.
President
The
Trump
one you're
is
talking about?
systematically.
Trump is pissed. This the one? Trump is pissed 2 hours ago? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna
They've
click
taken
on
this
it.
video down 3 times already because it shows you how to win the lottery every single week. Watch it now while it's
Yeah,
still
bullshit.
up before they
You're
pull it
full
down
of
again.
shit.
You might think it's all random, but what I'm
I have new information to share with you this evening about the assassination of Turning Point USA CEO.
And see, this guy, I haven't heard of him. I haven't watched him. Is he somebody that's been doing it for a while? If so, like, applaud him. He seems like an average guy just trying to make a difference, which I probably should be. I probably should do.
Charlie
I don't know.
Kirk. President Trump and the First Lady have left a message. There's also a law enforcement expert and sniper that weigh in on what happened. Also, the FBI says they have some foreign leads. Let's go ahead and listen to this message from President Trump directly from the Oval Office.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica.
He no longer
young,
no longer has to fight or struggle amongst this stuff, although I guarantee you he didn't care. He didn't care if it was a fight or a struggle. Didn't care one bit. Do it.
Beloved children and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses
which isn't so common
nationwide,
anymore.
He championed his ideas
Which
with
isn't
courage,
so
logic,
common anymore.
humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay, so I thought it was important that you hear what President Trump had to say directly from the Oval Office. He doesn't do those Oval Office right-to-camera messages very often. Sadly, the assassin is still on the loose. It looks like the...
Dude. You are part of one of our problems, a different problem, a lesser problem, kind of. Still part of some of our problems. Falling. Levers behind falling.
This may
please reevaluate.
Be a professional. This is definitely not a child up on a roof somewhere. Let me read to you what First Lady Melania had to say. Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates families, love, and country. The First Lady always has a way of saying things that are so kind.
Dude.
All right, this is what we're learning tonight. They've taken 2 people into custody. Both have been released. One is a crazy Democrat, anti-Republican person, but seems to be harmless. The other was a young man that fit the description, but his family was able to prove that he was in the crowd, so there's no way it could have been him firing. He was 25 feet from Charlie Kirk. There's video of him. He loved Charlie Kirk. They checked his computer, all of that, everything checked out. There was another person pulled over with a rifle. There's no way that they could have done that. So now, the FBI, as of right now, does not have a person of interest. However, the FBI put out a memo this evening saying that they have a few solid leads based on foreign intelligence. Now, I don't know if this means that a foreign intelligence has told the United States a foreigner came into America and did this, or if they're saying we picked up chatter and intel over the wire, and we are sharing that as an overseas intel wire with our partners, the United States of America. So, as I know more, I will definitely share more with you on that front. Right now, this is from somebody with a lot of experience saying there is absolutely no doubt that Charlie Kirk was killed by an intelligence-grade assassin. This was not a crazy leftist or some random civilian. A well-placed shot from 200 yards out, down angle, from a rooftop directly in the neck. Precision like that doesn't come from a protester with a grudge. It comes from someone who's drilled with a 1,000 times under military glass. Whoever is behind it,
maybe
this was a highly skilled.
I understand that statement. But it's not that fucking hard. You have to know what you're doing. But it's not that fucking hard. Well, I'm glad they did something. Why are we always fucking having problems with them? Why are they so fucking dumb? Like, is it seriously incompetence? I hope so. But, like, I have higher expectations than that for the human race. Like, I have much higher expectations than that. Like, it's not... I'm just an average guy. And, like you say, common sense. I feel like common sense ain't so fucking common no more. Like, I'm just a regular dude. And it's so fucking plain and simple to me. But, I don't know. Sorry. Little rant over, I guess.
Marksman who had logistics, support, and funding with a well-executed retreat plan. Absolutely nothing feels right about this. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and this made me horrified to go back and do on your behalf, but I watched Descended and this person must have been watching his mannerisms where he was laying down the microphone and then leaning back, leaning forward, making a comment, leaning forward. They knew how he behaved. So as soon as he came back, boom, a 1-inch hole blown right through the carotid artery. It would be very hard to precisely hit right through the carotid artery over 200 yards away. Now, as much as I hate.
I doubt he was aiming specifically for that. I doubt. Possible. He's probably aiming for the head area. I'm not bragging by any means, because I am not a seasoned shooter veteran or nothing. But I understand. I take the time it takes to understand and calibrate my equipment, know how to use it. I could make that. I could make a shot like that. I could. But I'm not going to. Or anything close. Like,
containment failure. Please make your
possible.
way to defense sector
Just
by any means available. Have
yeah, that other dude, the other dude, he was a kid, and I'm pretty sure somebody talked him into it, and he tried, he gave it a shot, and he failed, because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. I'm glad he failed. I'm glad he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. But, like, I mean... if you have enough brain cells to know what the fuck you're doing... If you have enough brain cells to know what the fuck you're doing... You have enough brain cells to know not to do it. Unless you have like a mental illness or some sort, or you don't quite like, or you've been misled. I don't know. It's never. We will never be able to make sense of these things because they're done by people that have no sense. If that makes sense. These things will never make sense because they're done by people that have no sense. If that makes sense. Plain and simple.
Giving CNN any kind of publicity. They did have a top law enforcement with experience in this area on, and so I wanted to share this with you guys because I'm not an expert on this, but listen to this.
Obviously, there's a lot of questions about what's happening with this investigation right now, given what we are now hearing tonight, this update from the FBI director that they have released this person of interest who was in custody.
So it's been a fast-moving investigation, but also one with some false starts. Caitlin, you've got an individual who went to a rooftop dressed in dark clothing, found the sniper's perch, and made a very long shot. A single shot that resulted in this assassination.
Long shot, yes. Very long shot, no.
They found someone who had similar clothing who was in...
So, I am not a super practice shooter. I bought a bolt-action rifle, zeroed in my scope, became familiar with it, set a torso-shaped target out at 500 yards, and I shot 5 rounds at 500 yards, and all 5 shots hit the torso in a manner that would be a a life-taking shot. I don't want to do that. Not interested in doing that unless it's absolutely necessary. But I am far from an army sniper or anything, and I was able to do that with fairly low dollar. Should I go see if I got that target? I probably got the target. Ain't jack shit for people in here. It probably don't matter. It's just some of these people, I mean, they don't know because they don't shoot. They don't shoot. They don't know. And so if you don't know, you don't know. I don't like potentially false information to be spread. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go see if I can find it real quick. I'm pretty sure I think I know where it's at. So I was slightly mistaken. I am very confident that this is the target. I said I hit 5 out of 5. I'm wrong. I hit 4 out of 5. And I covered them up so I could use the target again. That black dot is one shot. That hole's another shot. That hole's another shot. That hole's another shot. That black dot that I covered up the hole is another shot. You need proof? There's the bullet holes on the back. This first one was probably my ranging, my first shot, more than likely. Compensate for wind. You either have a little bit more knowledge of that, or you go someplace else and practice the shot at the same angle. And 500 yards, which is much harder than 200 yards. Bump, 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 bump. These three aiming here more than likely would have been fatal. Definitely not military sniper accuracy, but for somebody that doesn't shoot all the time, that understands their equipment, here's my rifle. And it does have the ability to put a suppressor on it. (5 to 25 scope, 5 to 25 times magnification. Turrets to adjust the scope for wind and distance. Has a level on here to make sure when you've got it in position you're level, so your adjustments on your dial are correct. And this is a 300 PRC, which is a more modern version of like a 300 Win Mag. Yes, nice. I wish we weren't having this conversation, though. Some people may be afraid to say something like that on the internet, social media, where it is forever. afraid one bit. Something difficult becomes of it. It is what it is. It is fairly average guide, knowledgeable information. People that don't know need to know. I guess, maybe, I don't know. I should go out shooting again though. It's fun. Enjoy it. Relieve stress. And I like knowing how to use my equipment. Hopefully I never have to use it. For any reason other than fun. I was going to, but I'm like, you know what? Guns are cool. People like seeing guns. Most people. As long as they're used appropriately. Not abused, but that goes for anything. That's what some people don't understand. Guns are not the problem. It is the state and mind of human beings these days is what the problem is.
In the area, we don't know the full details of how they got from that video
and I don't
to
know
that
how to
individual, and had that person in custody as a person of
it.
interest, and determined that in their belief this was not the shooter. That brings them back to square one. We refer to it as a manhunt, but you know, in the manhunt, as you and I most often talk about them, it's you know who the person is and you have a dragnet out searching for them. In this case, there is another person of interest, but that's again someone that they want to talk to, someone they want to investigate, but not someone that they have enough evidence on to charge right away. So this is a very difficult case for the authorities in Utah and the FBI.
I gotta
so
find
is it clear if anyone
that
is
other
in custody
robot.
right now, or is the answer still no based on what we know so far?
Based on what we know so far, they have somebody they're interested in who, according to my sources, when I last spoke to them, was not in custody. But, you know, in a case like this, you're looking for someone who has detachment and a lack of empathy, who likes to be in control. The offender characteristics of the assassin sniper are something that's been studied very closely, especially by the Secret Service. And it's someone who's methodical and patient, self-reliant. In other words, Caitlin, this is the kind of person who would have planned to get in silently, try to be invisible, take this shot, accomplish the mission, take the gun with them, and leave little evidence behind, which is why I think they're having a very difficult time getting started on this. This is someone who was a planner.
And John, also what stood out to me from what we heard from officials earlier was they said it was a single shot that was fired. It wasn't multiple shots in Charlie Kirk's direction. They said it was about 200 yards away from where he was sitting under that tent. What does that tell you about the person's familiarity with firearms?
That tells you that the person is not new to shooting, that they understood exactly what type of long rifle to bring, what kind of optics in terms of scopes and sights to have on that, what the windage was that might affect a shot from that distance. This is someone who knew exactly what they were doing and is probably known to others, and this may be working to the advantage of law enforcement, as someone who has a long history in shooting.
Okay.
Maybe.
So, for the last several hours, I've been telling family and friends, I do not believe that this
I
was,
may soon need the facilities.
like the situation in Butler, where it, you know, looks like a teenage boy. I believe that this was a professional hit job. This was meant to send a message.
Ooh, we could come get the
Charlie
B
Kirk,
suit.
Charlie
We need to
Kirk
get the
followers,
B suit.
Trump followers, Republicans, conservative podcasters, the like.
You know what?
Letting all of us know that
let's set up
I can take you out and I can disappear. So I wanted to share that with you. Now, President Trump, Governor Ron DeSantis, and Governor Cox of Utah, they are all calling for the death penalty.
Yeah,
Utah
do it.
is a death
Yeah,
penalty state,
fucking
and
do it.
based on the elevation
Do
of
it.
this particular case, it would not shock
Do
me
it.
once they catch the person if they don't push for the death penalty very, very quickly and possibly even in a public manner. Now, I don't want
Yeah.
people to lose any hope. After the Boston bombing massacre that happened many years ago, it took 4 days, 106 hours for the FBI to track this person down through cameras, video cameras, cell phones, building cameras. So
I have faith they'll do
I
it.
have not lost hope just yet, but as of right now, this is a tragic shooting where they've been able to sneak away. Let me let you listen to the governor of Utah.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
100%.
The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you.
Yeah.
We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest
Yeah.
extent of the law.
Absolutely.
And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
If they don't, people will think that's acceptable. And okay. And then somebody else that should not have lost their life and is a benefit to society will lose their life. I don't like that answer. Don't like that answer.
I have to go right away.
Answer. Oops, I was watching the poop meter.
Okay. Lots going on. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm going to share the interview with Josh Hammer because as Charlie Kirk was going through this tragedy, he and I were talking about how people like Van Jones and CNN and others, how they were exciting people against Charlie Kirk, saying that he should be ashamed of himself, and we go into some other great topics, so I will release that. Good night. Thank you for being with me on this terrible day, allowing me to be a source of truth and news for you guys. Please stay amazing, sleep well, and we will see you tomorrow.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable.
Back to Robert Gouveia.
Kind of guessed what the
Another
quality
good
of that
dude.
is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus.
Oh, did I
40,000
forget to
students,
sync it?
And we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police
Did I
chief's
forget
nightmare.
to fucking sync it?
I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. It's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry. See?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
Question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that?
Yeah, was that a time?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Good question. It's a good question.
We have time for just one more question. So
good question. Maybe nothing, but it's worth looking at.
Was it your team
Worth looking at.
Kirk's team, or a combination of both that kind of set the security?
And if you're the one that said it, please be understanding.
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a shooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and the students who were there today. And I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, just listening. So that is what we get out of that. So if you missed it, there were some questions about what Cash Patel was saying and what they were saying. And so I pulled out Cash's post just so we can do a little compare and contrast over here. And he posted this, so I know many people are watching back east, but it's 3:42 right now, so he posted this where I'm at. He posted this at 3:21. And he said the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. So he might be overselling it, I don't know. Or the other people who were there on the scene are underselling it. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership. We'll provide updates when we are able. So we don't have a name. We don't know anything more about the guy. Let's see what the cables have to say in response to that.
Okay, now I gotta find this B.
When able. Again, we don't have any information about that person other than he was dressed in all black. And that the shot likely came from a rooftop in that venue in the university. Let's go back to former New York City police inspector and Fox News contributor Paul Morrow. Paul, you listened to that. It sounds like they may have their person, but they're calling him a subject at this point. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't think that Director Patel would put that statement out so unequivocally unless they felt pretty confident that they have their man. There are a number of ways that they can confirm this, but let's just say that once you have the body and you're pretty sure that this is the person, they will nail that down quite quickly.
Field battery,
as they did with Ryan Ruth in the courthouse behind me, whose trial is ongoing. They pulled him over and they...
What the heck? Why? Field battery times 3? I understand field battery. Aren't worth using. It doesn't sound like it. Nearby nourishment to function. We need one more.
New in short order. This is our guide. There's a number of things you can do. You can check the hands.
Okay, so we got those
burns.
two.
You can go through a whole series of things, but you go back
now,
into the person's life, and you're likely going to find various
should go get some more
that indicate
power
that
cells.
You do have this person, and you hope now is that if this is in fact the person, it's the only person, and that this is not a part of something larger.
Yeah, and Paul, that's the key, is that they were asked if there are other people involved. They don't know. They think there was one shooter. They say he was dressed in black, likely a shot from the rooftop. You suspected that that was kind of a longer range shot, looking at everything you saw online.
Yeah, I mean,
you get more duct tape
but a lot
back.
of us have seen that video, and if you haven't seen it, I don't recommend it. But that said, it's very clear that that's not a handgun shot.
That's what they'll do.
That argues a long gun, a very high-powered gun, which means it's going to be from a distance, because if somebody pulled that out in a crowd, a long gun, you're going to have multiple witnesses, probably somebody tackles them or follows them, and this would have been rolled up a lot more quickly. That's why in some of my early commentary, as soon as I learned about this, I was a little skeptical of the first person that they got in custody, who now sounds like he's in custody just for some sort of an obstruction charge, probably due to some of the statements he made. But I think it was a logical conclusion that it came from someplace further away because the person wasn't apprehended, the power of the round. But that also, again, is a clue. And I'm sure that they started ripping videotape. You have various vectors that you can go down. And it speaks to the level of commitment here of the task force that they undoubtedly threw together quickly, that they got somebody this quickly.
Yeah, Paul Morrow, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll check back over there. There's a lot of people on X right now who are digging around and trying to figure out if there's some evidence about who this dude is. And this was a curious one. And Wokeness flagged this guy called Omar at Najra Galves, posted 1 day ago, and this person's account has gone silent now. Okay, so they have now protected their posts, and they posted this the day before today. It says, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. 158 psychopaths posted, yeah, we love that. Yeah, literally. Democrats, lots of them. And lots of views, a lot of them probably would like it if they could. Omar says, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. And then he posts this picture of this smiling dog. Because I guess what is the big thing going to be? You're going to execute somebody? You're going to murder and assassinate somebody? Because you're a coward? Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. So people are flagging the FBI on that. Check this out, FBI. Go get this dude. I'm sure Bondi is on it. Tiffany says this guy protected his thing, and I don't want to say it's this guy because he's non-binary, whatever it is. They, them. Non-binary goat of all time. I'm 17. Is that a Mexican flag? Get out of here. You're kidding me. That's what a shocker. So if that is him or somebody connected to him, right? Now the posts are protected and goes to Utah Valley University. Yeah. And it appears people are now saying the shooter was on the roof. See, there's a photo, there's a video of the shooter.
Okay.
Who they're thinking was on there. And there's other video of somebody running across the roof. And it's not a close shot.
What is this?
You gotta bypass a bunch of security. I mean, was this more of a professional individual?
What's that place called?
Or is this a crazed teenager? Or something?
Ball City, Tall City.
But it's a strange situation, and it would be very, very surreal if Charlie Kirk in the middle of a question about trans shooters, was shot by a trans shooter. And maybe that was a tag team. Maybe the person came up to ask the question. Once that question got called, there was the bullet.
Flat Hill.
So it's just a sickening and horrific day. But the media was also talking about this in a
an area close to the data
way.
farm that
And
requires
here's just a couple of
keypad
clips from
2
some of the highlights from our
hacker.
scumbag media. We're up volume. Let me make sure we got the volume
Let's go-
situation.
let's go
over
investigating.
here. Oh, Chip Roy's out. Let's listen to Chip Roy for a second, see what he has to say.
We're here for something bigger and greater than all of ourselves. Charlie tweeted out 3 days ago about his faith.
Let's wait a minute.
I think that was another audio that we also have going on. And I don't know where that one is. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Oh yeah, it's over here.
Yeah, that was the prayer one.
All right, so
they were freaking out
let's
about.
check out what the cables have to say and see what's happening here.
Is to kill them. And it's just not, even third
Steve
world
Scalise,
countries
he
don't
got
see
shot.
that. It shouldn't happen.
We're going to be careful. We're not going to characterize the ideology or the motive.
BRB.
We know there's a subject in custody, a person dressed in black. The
What's the
shot
motive?
came from a roof. But you can extrapolate from that it's one shot. It's an assassination bullet meant for some reason.
Yeah.
What's the reason you see?
So it's clear that it was, as the governor depicted, a political assassination. When you have somebody at a distance on a rooftop, whether it was 200 yards away, but, clearly a high-powered rifle in one shot, meaning they were intending to take out Charlie. And it's alarming. Again, it angers you, it disgusts you. But there's no doubt that was the intention. We will find out more. I'm glad the FBI is working so closely with law enforcement. They're moving swiftly to get answers and ultimately.
The only thing better than this protein coffee is the fact that Paleo Valley right now is doing a buy one, get one free sale on their bone broth protein. The best protein coffee with 13 grams of protein, the best flavor ever. Plus, Paleo Valley's bone broth protein is made with 100%.
To bring those responsible to justice.
I said to Laura earlier that this moment feels different. It feels like a kind of a big moment.
Yeah.
And I
Sure
don't
does.
know what's next. What do you see? You work across the aisle on Capitol Hill. There's a lot of pointed elbows, but there's also a lot of vitriol around the country. At this moment, what do you think the message should be to America?
Well, the message should be, number one, let's look in the mirror for sure. Everybody ought to know, what makes our country great is that we do have political differences and we can express them. But how do you express them? You express them vocally. You can vote, by the way. Part of the most powerful way you can express differences is by voting. But violence is not
Our
the answer.
elections are
Any
rigged.
kind of violence. Whether it's shootings, stabbings, hitting somebody, that's not the way we resolve our differences. And everybody ought to denounce that, Brad. I think that's the first thing
We're not calling
we all
for
should
violence.
do is denounce what just happened to Charlie Kirk, regardless of what you think of his politics, that nobody should think that's okay. And for anybody who's thinking of doing something like that, go just check what the foundation of this country is really about, and it's not that.
Laura said
all right,
to us,
it's also not about just accepting your people getting murdered. So we'll come back to that. But here is Luna. She's now out on the Capitol Hill talking about this. Let's see what she has to say.
Let us pray on the floor for Charlie Kirk's family now and the rest of the people that have been impacted by this terrible loss.
You said they caused this. You said
Most certainly, yes, they did cause this. That type of rhetoric, you calling people fascists, you basically saying that we're Nazis, taking away people's rights. Charlie Kirk was literally murdered, and you can see that footage online, and I would encourage people, instead of sharing that, please share pictures of his family and the legacy that he left you.
Congresswoman, he recruited you to politics. Can you talk a little bit about your early experience with Mr. Kirk?
Yeah, I was supposed to go to medical school, and he convinced me that politics would be a better option, so we'll help continue that fight and for the movement. Thank you.
Wow. All right. So Luna's out. Scalise is talking. Let's go back to Scalise.
Charlie's gone, and it's going to hurt all of us, but his legacy will never be forgotten. We can't let that movement die, because it's so important that young people feel attached to what they believe in and not be afraid to express it, whether it's on a college campus or supporting a candidate of their choice.
Mr. Leader, we thought it was important to bring you in today, especially with your unique perspective, and we really appreciate the time.
God bless you. Thank you, Brent.
Let's bring in our panel. Fox News contributor Guy Benson, Democratic candidate.
All right, so we've got that. Let's go back to some of these media clips, because we've got these queued up here. And you can see what MSNBC was saying about a lot of this. They were calling Charlie Kirk divisive and polarizing just minutes after his neck got shot by an assassin. Here is their sound.
Tommy Richardson, T-O-M-M-Y. Lightning rod, whatever. And the investigation. Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure. Polarizing, lightning rod, whatever. And the investigation.
Whatever. So, you know, probably should have got shot in the head, in the neck. Not a big deal. Here's another one from Town Hall. Says, OMG, MSNBC just said the shooter might have been a supporter who's actually shooting their gun off in celebration. Accidentally hit him in the neck from the roof across the street. Fake news is blaming MAGA already, right? MAGA is responsible. Listen to these psychos on MSNBC with this stupid clip.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
Idiot. In which they were celebrating with firearms, just popping them off at a Turning Point college debate.
Your side might be the
so
dumb,
they
our
just don't
side.
want to accept responsibility for it. They
no.
don't want you to know that their side is killing our side.
So we
they
go
just like to
through.
spread it around. What's the motive? Says
Here.
Barack Obama. I have no idea. It was a political assassination. Everybody knows what it was. Now, this is a big clip that's capturing a lot of attention because this guy's also a maniac. MSNBC is now blaming Charlie for getting shot in the neck. Here is what this psychopathic, demonic freak had to say.
which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of...
He didn't even like push back on that. He just says, well, if you run your mouth and you offend some trans freaks, then you can get shot in the neck, and you should just expect those consequences. So that's how they think, all right? And this is a pattern that exists throughout the Democratic Party. And we've talked about this a lot, but there was a post over here from Powerline that was written back on April 7th, 2025. And Charlie Kirk actually posted about this article, which shows that the Democrats have a much higher predisposition to literally murdering Republicans. And we've already seen this, right? It's a suicidal ideology. They bring in illegal aliens to rape and murder our people. They release criminals from jails to slice women's necks wide open in the middle of a metro. They force you to lock down and
mount sales objections with this book. I just got my black book of questions in the mail.
And look at this thing. Honestly, it's less of a book and more like a full-blown sales manual. It's over 115 pages packed with real-world examples and plug-and-play templates that can be adapted to any industry. Literally any industry. Real estate, life insurance, solar, B2B, B2C, B2G, you name it, it will work for you. It covers everything from how to uncover prospects' true problems to preventing objections before they even have a chance to crop up. Plus, there's even a bonus section dedicated to cold calling. And I mean, if you're serious about closing more deals and crushing your prospects' sales objections, you've got to get your hands on this book. Click the link below and order it today. You won't regret it.
When we look at addiction treatment, we recognize clients need different levels of care. Having a continuum of care allows for their journey to be extended with the safety of an All Health Network outpatient services.
Comply with their mandates, or else Democrats, there's plurality polls and majority polls with a list of things that they would be acceptable with. If you don't get the jab, a majority of Democrats, if I remember the poll right, said you should be denied medical care. If you get in a car accident and you're bleeding out, do you have your Vax card on you? No? Well, then you should just die. Oh, many of them thought that. Many of them thought you should be rounded up and put in jail. Then they censor you. Then when you react to being censored and you protest for 4 hours and have a riot, then they come out and weaponize the entire whole of government to come after you and lock you down. So why are we seeking reconciliation with this party and these people and not just outright defeat? Okay, we can't reason with them anymore. They'll just shoot you, and they'll shoot you in the back, they'll shoot you in the neck, they'll be like cowardly judges who go talk to the media. These people will win at all costs, and now they're shooting people in the neck. And so I'm for calm. I don't want any political violence. I do support the prayers and all the thoughts and things like that. But I hope our friggin' Republicans wake up and recognize who they're playing with, because they've been doing this for generations, brainwashing the youth into accepting affirmative action, accepting trans ideology and DEI nonsense. And you just have to sit and take it. All of us have to just sit here and take it. And then you got morons like Barack Obama gaslighting the entire Democratic Party. I wonder why it happened. And many of them will say the same thing. Many of them are actually gleeful and giddy. I haven't pulled up a lot of it, but there's a lot of anonymous accounts, man, over on Reddit and various places who are giddy as heck because this happened. How can you reconcile or have any negotiations with a party like that? And it's really a sad state of affairs that we have gotten to this position in this country. But they started shooting CEOs. They shot Trump in the head. They shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And we're not supposed to do anything. We're just supposed to be calm and just kind of, oh, just catch your breath, okay? And everything's going to be fine tomorrow. We are tired of it. We've been screaming for indictments of some of the criminals who enable all of this. We want the financial networks discovered, all the billionaires who are funding this, all the George Soros crap that creates these disgusting ideologies to percolate in our countries. We're in charge. We have all the power now. And so the Republicans should use it to end this demonic political party peacefully and politically. But here is their ideology. Here, Powerline put this. Let's kill the Republicans. It's been a while since Democrats have assassinated a Republican president, but they assassinated Charlie Kirk. But that peaceful interlude may be ending soon. You have likely heard of a survey report by the Network Contagion Research Institute and Rutgers about examining growing tolerance for violence in American society, or on America's left. Here's an excerpt. Political violence targeting Trump and Elon is becoming increasingly normalized. Following the July 13th attempted assassination of Trump, tolerance and even advocacy for political violence appears to have surged. And people like Taylor Lorenz are enabling it. Every time they come out like, you're a Nazi and you're literally killing people. Remember with all their stochastic terrorism and things? Like, if you're a terrorist and you're killing trans people, then the trans people are justified in shooting you in the neck, is their argument. Well, Charlie's not killing anybody. He's making a public policy argument and having a conversation about a very prescient issue in America. But it all has surged. Now, this is a broader trend, and it's surging amongst the left. Because did you think that they were going to go quietly into the good night? Of course not. They're not going to give up power. They weaponized the entire apparatus to go after fellow Americans. Half the country, Joe Biden came out and said, you're all going to have a winter of misery or death unless you do what I tell you to do. From the gates of hell, outside,
I gotta figure out how to get
on the
to
military
Flat Hill.
compound, wherever that was.
I don't remember how to get to it.
They tried to imprison Trump multiple times, tried to bankrupt him, tried to throw him off the ballot. They censored the hell out of all of us. They arrested and put solitary confinement on a bunch of J6ers who were there peacefully protesting or had crimes that were akin to trespassing, like at a local bar. They arrested the abortion people, the school teachers. They went crazy. And
constant reminders of your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis can make it hard to be there when it matters.
Allow us
so how to find
execute our agenda? No, not at all. We've got a judicial coup happening. We've got cowardly judges talking to the media, hiding under anonymity so that Trump cannot even get them recused from his cases. We have a judicial insurrection. We've got enablement of murders. Media doesn't want to talk about if Arena gets hacked to death by an inconvenient race person. And now Charlie Kirk, Barack Obama, has no idea why this stuff's happening.
Warning.
They must be defeated. It's just that simple, because this is what they think. Here's justification for murder of Elon and Trump. Left of center, for Trump, according to this survey, 55% of them said it's justified to murder Trump. The percent who say destroying Tesla dealerships is partially acceptable, 57.6%. How do you negotiate and reason with these people? They'll kill you. They'll kill you. We saw it today, literally. This chart, and I don't know who did it. So I'm sure they'll come out, the shooter, they'll come out, hey, he's a Republican, he voted for Trump or something like that, right? You say, well, that's weird. And they'll try to spin it, but whatever comes out, we know what the motive was. Did Charlie Kirk owe him some money? Did Charlie Kirk cut him off on the way to the grocery store or something like that? Is that why he gave him a whip and shot him in the neck? Or was it a political assassination? We know what it was. But they are such propagandists, they won't talk about it in the same way. And so we have to do it, and we have to stand firm and hold attention here. So again, perceived justification for the murder of Trump. So in summation, among those who say that they are slightly liberal or farther to the left, 9% think the murder of Elon would be completely justified. 13% say it would be completely justified to eliminate Trump. And so pretty much 29% of those who say there are liberals are pretty much okay with murdering Elon, okay, almost a third, and over a third, 41%, nearly half, are okay with murdering Trump. This was in April. This was a report.
Sammy Free, thanks for the follow.
Social Perception Lab.
Appreciate it.
We're on uncharted territory, and now we have political assassinations happening here.
Really, dude?
And it's a scary situation that is developing, and the question is, who are we going to let take
Sammy. What is wrong with people?
And so we've got most of the
what is wrong with people?
Covered. I think we got that one, and shooting the gun off, we got that one. Yeah, and so here's another one from MSNBC saying that Trump's just going to exploit.
Gotta go grab me a snack.
This. Charlie Kirk, just like with Arena,
I still can't
MAGA
believe it.
is going to latch on to this horrific assassination, this horrific murder, a race crime against Arena, a political assassination against Charlie Kirk. And Trump's just going to like call for more law enforcement or something like that, and just exploit Charlie's death rather than acknowledging it for what it is. Here's this lady. I mean, she's just must be filled with evil. Katie Tur.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. The carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
I hope it's justification for waging political war on the Democratic Party, investigating all of their networks, all the funding of these deranged ideologies that result in this insane perversion of the mind of the Democratic Party. They're nuts. They've got TDS in their brain. And they just now apparently are okay with shooting and eliminating people. And even Jasmine Crockett will shout out bombs on the floor of the Senate, of the House of Representatives. And so that's some of the updates here today, my friends. Let's check back in on the cables and see what's cooking over here.
If an atheist wants to march alongside us to say no men and female sports, they're more than welcome to be able to do that. But Atheists for Liberty is an interesting phrase because I don't believe you can have liberty without God, because liberty is not man's idea.
Day 1. If anyone can hear me, I'm trapped. Food is running out. Day 15. Found temporary shelter. Met my first survivor today. We are no longer just hiding. We have walls.
It is God's idea. That's just my own personal belief, and it's also
absolutely right.
Charlie did not just talk, though. He acted. Because he had the guts, he had the drive, he had the focus to go out there day after day, night after night, and fight for what he believed in. Now, the threats on his personal safety were well known. He knew them. But he wouldn't stop. Because he believed that being with people in public, especially on college campuses, talking with conservatives, debating liberals, it made conservatism fun and exciting again. And he died today, taken by an assassin's bullet, doing what God put him on this earth to do.
Yep.
I said it with Brett earlier, and he and I were both crying in our offices and embracing. A lot of people around here are. The word came to me, irreplaceable. He was irreplaceable.
Yeah.
And I believe he was murdered, and you heard the governor talk about this at the press conference earlier. He was murdered because he was so effective at what he did. He was a modern-day evangelist. And while so many adults, they can roll their eyes at Gen X or Y or Z, Charlie saw the promise in young people today.
Comment down there.
His enthusiasm for the future, I found it personally infectious. And I believe that no one other than Donald Trump himself in recent memory has had a more profound effect on the political thinking of young Americans than Charlie did. Now, a few months ago, my son, my 15-year-old son, Nico, was watching something on the computer when we were on a flight. He was supposed to be reading, of course. So I was annoyed at him. I looked over, then I saw it was a Charlie Kirk video. So, of course, I took a photo of it, and I sent it to Charlie, and he and I got a big kick out of it. And then when my daughter, Maria, heard Charlie was coming to Texas A&M last spring, she was over the moon. So Charlie brought her and her buddies backstage, and he recorded this video to send it to me.
I found someone here at Texas A&M.
Hi, Mom.
And she's doing very well. She's not making any trouble, and I approve of all of her friends. So things are going great. See you soon.
Those girls who were laughing with Charlie and so many other students across the country, like millions across the globe, are devastated tonight. But Charlie would have loved to know that they're all going to Mass, they're going to church, they're praying in their dorm rooms and their common areas. They're praying for the repose of his soul and for his family now in mourning. The beautiful family. Our hearts break for them tonight above all else. Now, while so many across the political divide, and I can be prone to pessimism too, could be pessimists, Charlie decided, no, I prefer optimism.
Jesus is honestly the most important thing. We are seeing Gen Z go back to church in record numbers. We are seeing a Christian revival that should give everyone in this audience hope. It's the greatest news happening in America right now.
He loved talking about where things were going, and he saw it because he was there. He felt it. He engaged with it. There's simply no one else like him. I can't believe I'm saying it. Was past tense. I mean, how can this be? He was on air with us just 48 hours ago.
Good question, Laura.
And he and I were just texting yesterday about his conference in December that I was going to, and chatting about that, laughing about a couple things. We're always joking with each other. But I remember the first time I met him. I think he was 19. He might have been 18, but he was at least 19. And I kept hearing about this teenager who decided to skip college and start an organization for young conservatives. At the time, I kind of like rolled my eyes, like, oh, okay, what is it? But my late friend Foster Fries met Charlie on a stairway at CPAC back in, I think it was 2011 or 12, when Charlie was still a teenager. And he heard that this kid had this dream of wanting to change the way young people thought about politics. And Charlie told Foster about this.
The tide will
Foster
come again.
Himself is such an optimist, but he was so taken by Charlie Kirk and the enthusiasm and the drive that this young kid had, no college. He knew he was something different. He was something special. So Foster and Lynn Fries and a few others wrote the first or second check to Turning Point, and the effort, the organization, the force that it became was born.
Incredible.
So we all watched him grow from a teenager into a man, to a husband and a father, and a political force like we had never seen before.
Well done, Laura.
Here with me now is Alex Marlowe, Breitbart editor-in-chief, Benny Johnson, host of the Benny Johnson's show.
Yeah, so lots of reaction happening over there. What's up to Benny Johnson? Now, there's also this going on over on X, so we're starting to get the left reaction. I'm not going to play this, but Wall Street Apes clipped this one. So apparently, you've got this really disgusting woman, looks like Angela's Right official, who made a video saying, live by the sword, die by the sword. He did say that were acceptable gun rights, or, you know, I guess gun deaths, she's like censoring it. Yeah, gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights. So she says Charlie deserved to be shot in the neck because he was an advocate for gun rights. That's what they're doing out there. That's the political party that people are saying, oh, just be calm and let's figure out how to rekindle our society with them. Look at her laughing. Like laughing about this. This is their party.
Disgusting.
And it is shocking to see.
Farm in the wild, raise animals and harvest crops, make food for yourself and for sale. Build a flourishing city with factories and farms. Craft everything you need for
right
travels.
See them so flagrant about it. The dude's body's not even cold yet, and she's now making giddy, laughing videos about it. What a monstrous, disgusting, repulsive. And we'll see if there's any consequences for that. But that's what's happening out there, and
Definitely
it's just
should be
a horrific thing. So I understand calm. I understand prayers, and I understand those things, but we also have to just stop them from having any political power for the foreseeable future. And all we got to do is just enforce the law. That's it. No one's above the law. That's all we got to do. So, my friends, here was another clip. House Democrats objecting to the prayer. Let's see if there's better audio on this, because I wanted to see who was screeching. Let's turn this off.
Ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
to see too.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
Here it is again.
Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That was Jasmine Crockett. That audio was good.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Jasmine, wait a minute, you effing son of a what? She's doing the whole thing there. So, all right, Breitbart News got that. Now, Mike Johnson also came out today, and he had something to say about this. Here's what his comment was.
We just want to make a brief statement here, and I'm going to go and ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence for our dear friend Charlie Kirk. We ask everyone to pray for him and his family. I'm just going to state the obvious here. This is detestable, what's happened. Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are. It violates the core principles of our country, our Judeo-Christian heritage, our civil society, our American way of life, and it must stop. We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop. Again, we ask for prayer. I'm going to go lead the chamber here in a moment of silence, and we hope for the best for Charlie. Thank you.
All right, nice statement, of course. I think it requires a little bit more than that. We're kind of past that moment where it's, I hope Americans can just get along and everybody acts nice and just plays nice. We've tried that. They're killing our people now. They have created systems to kill our people at scale, and the media enables all of it. So that's what I'm saying when I hope about Republic. Okay, fine. All the platitudes, I know you have to do the platitudes because you're a congressperson. So come out and do it. Okay, all the things. I got it. We got prayers, calm. We don't want people stabbing or murdering each other or shooting other people at all. We totally disavow that. But we also want some action, because the Democratic Party is a death cult who's now shooting people and killing people in the neck and enabling it. Barack Obama enables it. MSNBC enables it. And these are ideologies that have been bubbling up, funded from the beginning of my life and much longer than that. So Mike Johnson with a short statement there. Let's check the news, see if there's any updates, if they've got any more information, if anybody has been able to ID this person of interest. 6 officers were at campus, said the police chief. He saw the event. FBI also sets up a tip line for information about this shooting. Digital tip line, they just made a post on X about this, says the FBI has created a digital media tip line seeking information regarding the shooting of the Utah Valley University that took place today on September 10th. Here's what it looks like. FBI Salt Lake seeking information about the...
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy, and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app.
ready-to-eat meal delivery services are not created equal. At Factor, it's personal. Everything is done from scratch every single day. Nutrition and flavor is first and foremost, and we create any dish.
Sign up for Factor today and get 50% off your first box at factormeals.com.
This.
How do I
And
get
so
in
if you happen
that?
to have anything that is useful, be sure to use that. Says Charlie Kirk changed the
Fuck the
entire
library.
landscape, no doubt about it. Person of interest,
Oh.
still no information on who that is. They're currently being interviewed, officials said at the news conference. They think only one person was involved in the shooting. And there's going to be a vigil tonight. So amazing. So Congressman
Oh,
Ryan King
shit.
said this. Capitol Hill, at a church on Capitol Hill, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're in the Capitol Hill area, be sure to check
Need
that
to get
out.
over there.
We got CCTV footage. We saw a lot of that in the press briefing. Governor calls it exactly what it is, or this was the sheriff. Oh, this was the governor, Spencer Cox. Said clearly, this is a political assassination. Couldn't be more true. It is a dark day for our state, a dark day for our nation. And a lot of people, I think, are realizing what the nature of this fight is. When, 20 years ago, you used to have like a civil debate. Now the Democrats will want you dead, and they even talk about it in their polls. So the game has changed. It's no longer the old America. That's their doing. And so we have to rise up and take it back. The current person of interest is not the same person who they had before, but that other dude was booked for obstruction of justice. So he must have, been trying to interfere with the cops who were doing something. Says violence and infringement of free speech has no place on campus, obviously. Got that. A suspect earlier was released because he was not the accurate person of interest. All right. AP, let's see if they've got anything more for us here with an update. And they're actively looking still for somebody, is what they said. Here, let's see what Fox News has. So they had a little bit of a series of posts. Here you go. Travelers sob in airports after learning of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I know, man. I know. I mean, it's Charlie, his influence was so massive. It's really good. My mom called me. My mom's in Europe right now. She called me. You hear? Yeah. What are you going to say on the show today? So I don't know yet. Okay, well, just call for prayers and peace, okay? Like, yeah. We'll try. So, it touched everybody, man. He was such a force of nature. It's such a loss. And you can think about this on multiple levels, right? You can think about this on the human level, the humanitarian level, which we all are. We're sick to our stomachs over it. You watch a father, anybody getting blasted in the neck in the way that happened. It's just it's such a horrific thing. And it's heartbreaking. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. And for what? Because they didn't like his opinions? They couldn't use their words? What a bunch of cowards. Charlie Kirk honored in Orem, Utah. Flags lowered to half-mast. We saw the president made that order too. Calls it a political assassination. Subject was arrested, but it's basically a person of interest. Cash Patel wrote about it, but we didn't get many more details there. Sports world's reacting, saying prayers out for his family. Major sports figures, we've got Brett Favre coming out, Antonio Brown, LeVon Bell, a bunch of other people I'm sure you know. He was unbelievable patriot, said President
And Silent
Trump.
Wolf, the little old streamer.
During a conversation with Fox News' Brett Baer, okay, so Trump may have talked about this too. Let's see if we've got any clips of that today about the president commenting on this. And flags at the White House. Oh man, I'm not seeing a clip of that. Let me see if I can grab it. Something else. Do a different search over here. Anybody clip the Trump Brett Baer thing? Not seeing it. So, all right. So Trump apparently commented about it. Fox News telling us that he said the following. Charlie was such an amazing guy. He really captured the youth, the imagination of the youth, Trump said. He was an unbelievable patriot. He really convinced millions and millions of young people that MAGA was the way to go. Today is so sad. He was an amazing person who was not afraid to talk to and confront the other side. Just talk to them, debate them, and explain why they were wrong and MAGA was right. Nobody was better. It's such a tragic day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's true. And so Turning Point will march on, and I think many people are saying this might be a turning point in America, because Charlie Kirk has basically
Sure in hell hope so.
been martyred for the cause in front of all of us. The organization operates a video program, and they have European leaders are also reacting. Nigel Farage, he said, "This is a very dark day for American democracy. I'm desperately sad for Charlie, his wife." Leaders from across Europe also offered their condolences. Boris Johnson said he has been killed for saying things that used to be simple common sense. Thank you, Boris. He has been killed because he had the courage to stand up publicly for reasonable opinions held by millions and millions of ordinary people in both the U.S. and Britain. The world has a shining new martyr to free speech. Wow. The leader of the Reform Party, Nigel, said, "This is a very dark day." We read that one. Georgia Maloney said this. She was shocked by the tragedy. "I'm shocked by the news of the killing of Charlie Kirk, a young and followed Republican activist. An atrocious murder, a deep wound for democracy, and for those who believe in freedom. My condolences to his family, to his loved ones, and to the American conservative community. Thank you, Georgia Maloney, for your well wishes." Keir Starmer also said the same thing. Foreign leaders across the world, okay, are shouting out Charlie Kirk if you have any questions about his impact. My thoughts this evening are with the loved ones of Charlie Kirk. It is heartbreaking that a young family has been robbed of a father and husband. We all must be free to debate openly and freely without fear. Rich, coming from the UK. There can be no justification for political violence. Yeah. They have their own flag. So we've seen people get arrested there for flying their flags. So we're very happy to see that. But as I was explaining earlier, you know, there's a humanitarian component to this, and there's a political component to this. And you can, you know, live in the different layers and bounce between the layers, right? Many of us are going to go through the stages of grief. I've basically accelerated right to anger, whatever that phase is. I did go through denial. I thought, there's no way. What?
Yeah, me
then
too.
You saw the video. But there's a political layer and there's a tactical layer. And I don't know who shot Charlie. I don't know what this was. But they took out a major player in the movement, right? So it's a political conversation, of course. They didn't like his ideology. They didn't like the things that he had to say, his prescriptions for public policy. They don't like that. That's one thing. But targeting and taking out essentially your star quarterback or something, right, is a tactical attack, which elevates everything. It's not a crazy person, as far as we know. I mean, this was a guy with a rifle on a roof who made a shot. That was a tactical assassination. It's a little bit different than just random violence. Who's behind this tactical assassination of Charlie Kirk? And who pushed this interest forward? I hope we find out. So we got another update. Looks like Fox News just gave us a post up here. Let's see. Travelers are sobbing in the airports. George Bush is out. Bush condemns the shooting. He calls it cold-blooded murder and calls for civility. Well, just get along with the other side who just assassinated one of your top leaders. Former President Bush condemned the fatal shooting, calling it a cold-blooded murder on a college campus, but wants Americans to reject violence. We just got shot in the neck, bro. And embrace civility. So we should just be happy if our side gets shot in the neck. Civility, right? How about express your outrage, right? Peacefully. Peacefully express your outrage. Because that's what they said to the black...
Maybe. Love you too.
Black Lives Matter people, remember that? They said, oh, go out and protest. We had statements from them constantly about how you were going to survive COVID as long as you were fighting for Black lives or whatever that was. saying, "You stand up, protesters, keep going." Okay, when they go low, we kick them. Remember all that kind of crap from Holder, Kamala, and the rest of them, Maxine Waters? Get in their faces! All of these things, right? That's how they play. And when the Democrats are out here slitting throats on metros and shooting necks wide open, then we're supposed to respond with civility? You want me to just sit here and say, "Okay, everybody, just be calm now"? What are you talking about? This is our country. We're at a precipice. This is a turning point, and we're tired of it happening. And our feckless, whiny Republicans all coming out and telling us to just shut up and stay calm. He was murdered in cold blood. Who did it? Who enabled it, George? It happened on a college campus where the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct, and it isn't. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. How are we supposed to do that, George? Are we supposed to just ask them nicely to stop murdering our people? To stop making their psychotic TikTok videos? Giggling that Charlie Kirk is dead? We're supposed to have civility and reconciliation with them? Spare me. Violence and vitriol must be purged.
Enough
Again,
people
I'm not
talking
condoning
about
any
it.
violence, but don't tell
Surely
us to
they've
be
got to
calm.
figure
Don't
out
tell
a
us that be
solution.
civil. These people are murderers. May God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. I agree with that statement. And may God guide America towards civility. How about towards victory and justice? I don't want to be civil with these folks who wanted to lock us down, force crap into our bodies, who invade our country with illegal alien murderers, who release criminals to hack people's necks open, and who assassinate our top leaders on our side. I don't want civility with them. I don't want violence, but I don't want civility. There is no more civility, okay? We don't need to get along and have all this nice conversation about this when people's necks are being shot wide open. Be nice to your fellow Democrat. How about no? How about they can stand up? Where are the Democrats standing up and speaking out about this? There are some of them. I'm talking about the dyed in the wool, not the Republicans, all right? Who are out, not the Democrats who are in Congress with their little token gun violence statements. If only we solved gun violence, that would be the solution. Or we don't know what the motive was. That's the solution. We should really get to the root cause. Or it's just a medical condition. Maybe it's just a crazy person. And so we can just forget about it because it's not anything that is a political orientation or attack against one half of the country. So I don't want violence, but we're not going to just sit here
because
and be
I'm
nice.
getting to that. Don't think it's all going to be tributes because, I'm going to say what I know.
Okay, so that's Laura. Your preview pass expires. Well, that's okay. We have it over here. So there was another update over here. So George Bush is calling for civility. I'm not calling for civility. I'm calling for people to be outraged because they should be outraged. Now, I'm not calling for any violence, but people should be upset about this.
Yes,
and the
absolutely.
idea that we should just stay calm and just shut your mouth is ridiculous, okay? Enough of that. We have Charlie Kirk now dead. Fox News Digital, Peter De Ambroska reported seeing 3 people in tears while boarding his flight over the assassination
I need that
of Kirk.
jumping thing
Another
so I
woman
can
was
jump
watching
off
Fox
of here.
News lean back and it's horrifying. All day. So, look. We've tried to play nice. We've had Jim Jordan send up 500 letters over to them. It's time for action, and we hope to see it. All right, so let's see what else is cooking. See if we've got anybody on here. Oh, we've got the space cadet from Arizona over on CNN. Let's see what he had to say.
Never forget that phone call I got 15 years ago, when Gabby was shot. And I just think about his wife, Erica, and his 2 children, and the horrible situation that they face today. With Gabby, she survived. I mean, Charlie's now gone. He's not much older. He's about the same age as my oldest kid, and I can't imagine what his parents are going through and how his wife is going to have to live with this and their children.
Well, I'm waiting for gun violence.
This is another horrible day in our country with, again, unnecessary political violence, which is just un-American.
I mean, it's just so tragic. His children.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice refutation of it. I was waiting for the kind of the Obama thing. We don't know why he did this. This was political violence. That's right. So I appreciate him saying that. But yeah, it's interesting how he's like, well, let me tell you about my shooting. Okay, thank you, Mark. So that's the Arizona senator. Let's see. We've got an active shooter expert. Fox. Let's see what he has to say.
It just is a way to save lives and stop these things from happening.
Yeah, Randy, I think that is the point, right? This type of political terrorism, which the governor said this is political assassination, targeted assassination for political beliefs.
Probably don't need any more frying pans.
The goal is to intimidate those with whom you disagree going out in public, forcing you to go indoors and forcing you to live in fear. That's what terrorism is.
You're 100% right. And
yeah, and we got a statement here from Trump Jr., probably on behalf of the family to some extent. Posted this about 30 minutes ago, said, "This isn't my strong suit, and I don't even know how to begin to put into words the loss I'm feeling right now over the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie wasn't just a friend." Let's do this one. "Charlie wasn't just a friend, he was like a little brother to me. And to millions of people around the world, he was a true inspiration. He was one of the most courageous, principled men I've ever known, and he lived every day with purpose. His faith in God was unshakable. His love for Erica, his wife, was inspiring, and the way he adored and cared for his two beautiful kids showed the kind of man he truly was. And now he's gone. Charlie dedicated his life to something bigger than himself. He fought tirelessly for this country, for the values that make America great, and for the next generation. The impact he had on young people, reaching them in masses, giving them courage to stand up, to think for themselves, to fight for freedom, is immeasurable. There is no question that Charlie's work and his voice helped my father win the presidency. He changed the direction of the nation." Yeah. Charlie was never a threat to anyone. He was civil. He was kind. He listened and responded with respect. And that is true, man. Charlie was not, there's a lot of content creators out there who like to, engage in like drama that you can kind of see as like unnecessary. It's like you just kind of attack everybody, like even attacking people on your own side. Charlie was never like that, man. Charlie was always above the fray, always, connecting people, not dividing people, and was open to talking to anybody, even psychotic trans shooters, if that's the case. The only threat he ever posed was that of he was truly incredibly effective. He was a powerful messenger of truth, and people heard that truth. That's what made him a target. This loss is absolutely devastating, says Don Jr. Not only for Erica and the kids, but for our country. We've lost a leader, a fighter, and a man whose character and conviction were rare. Too rare. To think that his life was cut short by a brutal, heinous, evil act is beyond comprehension. It is horrible, and it is heartbreaking. Moments like this remind us just how fragile life is. We can't wait to tell people how much they mean to us. We can't admire them in silence. Charlie knew he was loved, but I want to say it again. He was a brother to me, and I will carry that with me forever. I know Charlie's legacy doesn't end here. He poured into millions of young people who will carry forward the torch he lit, and probably with more fire and fury than ever. He built something that will outlast him because it was grounded in faith, in truth, and in courage. And as his friend, I will never forget him. I'll honor him by loving boldly, speaking truth without fear, and continuing his spirit of courage. His fight lives on in all of us who loved him. This is an unimaginable loss. For me, for his family, for everyone who loved him, and for America. Rest in peace, brother. You will be missed more than words can ever say, but your legacy will never be forgotten, and we will keep fighting the good fight. Man, that is a nice statement. Thank you, Don Jr., for that one.
It is a good statement.
Happy to see that. Very nice, almost like a eulogy for Charlie. And let's see any updates over at CNN. So here's what we've got. Anything else here? No, 30 minutes ago was the latest update. Fox News, let's check updates over here.
I can't
see if they've got anything new for us. And the answer is no. So things are kind of slowing down after that press briefing. But my friends, let's hear from you. Let's see what you say about all of this and what you have to say about Charlie. We got some great comments, man. And I'm glad that you're here. Thanks for getting through this with us and for sending your love in for Charlie and the family. We've got some great comments and lots of prayers up for the fam. Here we go. Let's see what you guys have to say about all of this. Yeah, man. Thank you guys for sending these donos in and sending some love up. Here's what we've got.
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the nation for academic performance with an 88% graduation rate. And Nebraska public school students outperform nearly all peer states nationally on the ACT entrance exam in English, reading, math, and science. Tell us why you're public school proud at publicschoolproudnebraska.org, and we'll send you a Public School Proud t-shirt.
Man, lots of comments today. Shock. I know people are in shock. It's just a shocking. It's horrific. All right, so let's see. Here we go. Beautiful stuff, my friends. Thank you for saying all of this. We have so much to thank NY Charlie Kirk for. NY Renal MD says, our very existence in thinking. If it was not for Charlie and Turning Point, we would have been attempting smoke signals on Telegram. So it's clear to me that we need to completely and utterly win against the Democrats in 2026. We owe it to Charlie, his memory, and ourselves. We need to do everything we can for Charlie, Turning Point, and MAGA. I couldn't agree more. I think that this is a call to action. Okay, this is if you're sitting on the sidelines like, well, let somebody else handle politics. This is your country. They're shooting our leaders in the neck. Connie Condra became a supporter. Thank you, Connie. Carrie Silvina, thank you for becoming a supporter. We had a good members-only stream this morning, so check that out before this horrific day. Thank you for signing up and supporting us. Ravicus says, prayers for Charlie's family. So very tragic and sad. This is a very volatile thing. However, let's not let rage consume us. No, definitely not, because if you have too much rage, and you're enraged, like as I am, if you have too much of it, right, you can start to not think clearly. And that can oftentimes get the better of you because you're acting out of order. But I do think that there is a healthy amount of rage. The idea that you should not be outraged by what happened today, I think is ridiculous. And to just like sit there like in calm and prayer, I don't know, maybe a lot more people out there are more zen than I am. But I want justice. I want repercussions, and I want this to stop, and I want our country to stop indulging in this nonsense.
I agree.
So thank you for. So anyways, I get your point. But the left, in my opinion, will use this as a gun grab opportunity. Well, they don't have any power right now, so we'd like to see them tried, and we'd like to defeat them so unequivocally that they never have power again. Says we must temper our anger with mercy. Yeah, and get justice. Please do not go out and do anything retaliatory to today's shooting of Charlie. Yeah, and I think you mean political violence, right? You don't want to retaliate with political violence. I endorse that belief, right? We don't want any political violence because we're not like them. But I'm not really in the mercy game either. You know, I know Jesus said turn the other cheek and those things, but I'll work that out later in life, hopefully. Be still. Find your grace. Pray for Charlie's family and defend your right to self-defense by gun ownership. Romans 12:19. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Right? God can be the judge during the final hours. It's a nice comment. Thank you, Raptor. I appreciate you. I appreciate you acting as a counterbalance to my boiling outrage. We've got this old guy says, Charlie would be the first person to reject violence. It's evil and the wrong way to respond, even though I understand the desire to do so. Everyone take a breath and say a real prayer for his wife and children and commit to working to fix the hate from the left. You all know that I tend to be vindictive about how the left functions, but we need to fix it, not just respond to it with more hate. Yeah, and I don't know, I mean, I don't know this old guy. Like, I kind of used to think that. You know, I used to kind of think that way. Now, you know, we don't need to really win them over. We just need to beat them down. Like, that's it. So, it's not hate. Like, you know, we're not like, you know, first of all, they hate us, clearly. They're making giggling videos about it. So, how can we fix that? Like, how can we help them get rid of their TDS? I don't think we can. I think it's a lost cause. They're now giggling and making, you know, videos about how Charlie Kirk deserved it. So I think that they just need to be defeated. And I'm not saying you have to hate them or like you don't even, you know, go on like a violent attack or anything. Like, I'm totally opposed to that. But I also don't really want to fix things with them. I want them to just be out of power. I want them to lose badly. And I do think that they should be shamed. And our society should be a lot more aggressive with this. Stop with the, you believe in, you voted for Kamala? Well, that's like your opinion. That's great. Instead of that, speaking personally, I don't interface with a lot of those people anymore. I used to have a lot of liberal friends. I don't want anything to do with them. Okay, I know that I provide value in my relationships because I try to be a good person and interface with other good people to try to improve our society. And if there's another group of people who hate me, I don't want anything to do with them. And I don't want to fix it with them. I want to beat them and make sure that they're no longer in a political position to enable this crap for the next generation. But again, thank you for the calm, this old guy. I appreciate it. Milan, my heart is hurting. My heart is hurting. And this old guy, man, if you have an idea how to fix it, I don't have it. I'm at a loss. I don't know how to fix these people. I think that they're totally gone. Bill the Guillotines says they wanted this for Trump. No doubt. Milan says my heart hurts. Milan. I know, man. I was sick. I was sick to my stomach. I saw this. Oh my gosh. They wanted this for Trump. Yeah, they tried to do the same thing to him. Yeah, Knox says, hello all, defense attorney in Texas. I saw the news while I was still working and really could not believe it. I know, I couldn't either. I said, what? What do you mean he shot him? What do you mean he shot? Then I saw the video and I thought, he's gonna die. Prayers for his, and I was praying hard.
Yeah.
Prayers for his family, especially his babies. Indeed, thank you, Knox, amen. Neutrino Galaxy, a sad day for our country. And it is a very sad day. And I guess the question is, should we just sit in mourning and just do like George Bush says and just be civil and just like negotiate with Obama about the motive of this attack? What's the motive, Barry? He's the leader of the Democratic Party.
I don't quite know the library.
He can't figure out the motive. We know.
I don't really want to figure that out right now.
How can you reconcile with that?
Neutrino
Galaxy, you're right, sad day. 5 months is a memo, Serrano Gordius. The intent was to silence him, no matter what. Yeah, so they can come up with whatever reason they want. Maybe it's a crazy person. Maybe it's a professional hitman. I don't know. But the intent was to silence him no matter what, and they did that. And now they want us to be civil about that? They want us to just, everybody wants us to just, just chill out. Don't get too mad. Don't get too angry over this. Because you might be prone to violence.
Like
they
little
burnt down
kid.
the whole freaking country
Again,
back during the summer
like
of
little
2020. Don't you dare lecture us about violence. Buffalo Betsy says, please say something to make
avoidance
this hurt
tactics
less.
of changing the subject.
I'm trying. There's nothing I can say, but I'm trying. Dirt Cheat, my last CK video I watched last night, CK asked the Kilmar Abrego, so Charlie Kirk supporter, why Dems love criminals and violence so much. Well, it's because I think they hate the native population and they hate the country. So you can...
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click.
Break down civil society if you have it invaded by foreigners, if you release all the criminals, if you brainwash the youth, if you poison the food, if you mandate drugs, you vax everybody up. Because it shatters the current power structure and it brings them an opportunity to reclaim that power. Thank you, Dirt Cheap, for the million. Brian Hinkle says, we can't know his will. You're right about that, man. You're right about that, Brian. That's profound, brother. We don't know. Maybe this is the tipping point. Maybe this is the time when Americans who are asleep at the wheel wake up and say, all right, that other party's a death cult, and now we're not going to enable them, for the foreseeable future. And it's not worth it. It's not. Even if that is the case, it's like we still want Charlie to be here. But you're right, we don't know his will. Chet Falkenhainer, thank you, Chet.
Yeah.
For the nice donut. And shout out to that pair flying through the sky. Thank you, Chet. Thanks for being here and supporting us today. Chad Brummett, what's up? Supporting everybody here. Thank you for being here, supporting everybody else, and support just, circling the wagons and rallying the troops for our people. Thank you for everybody who's here. Member for 13 months, just heartbreaking. It's horrific. I'm thinking about his family. I lost my brother unexpectedly to suicide after drugs, oxys, and the whole crisis. And so when I think about a family just losing somebody like that, it's just like, oh. His kids. Jameson, the fact that only makes it that much harder. Rest in peace, Charlie. To the disposable media, they don't know how much. Yeah, that's right. Free men die free. Says 200 yards isn't a lot. Sounds like an amateur leftist radical. A pro would be further to evade. This amateur, though, may have been recruited. Yeah, and we're looking forward to any information about that. I'm keeping my eye on the cables, and they're all still just kind of doing analysis stuff. But free men, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not
know.
necessarily
I'm not a marksman. I'm not an expert with rifles.
I've shared with you guys my opinions.
But he
not
was
easy.
For
Gotta somewhat know what you're doing. But
Trino Galaxy says this is at least the 4th high-profile political assassination attempt in the last 15 months.
Gelatin.
2 failed and 2 succeeded, all from the left. Those people are evil and prove they fear our words. God help us. Yep. And some of them they've endorsed, essentially. We saw that with Luigi Mangione. Well, maybe if the healthcare companies weren't so taxing on all of our healthcare, then we wouldn't shoot them. Is their justification for it, and it shows up in the polls. Jameson says 9/11. I know 9/11 is tomorrow too. And Charlie, my heart is broken. Need you guys here. Thank you for your support, my fellow watchers. Jameson, thanks for being here, man, and for being on Locals and for hanging with us. We got some other comments. 200 yards, pretty easy, says G-Man. Crash Bandit, 200 yards, not hard, with a rifle. Patrick H. Such a sad day. Prayers for his family. Patrick, thanks for hanging with us for a full year. Such a sad day. Prayers for his family. And man, King of Biltong, class act. Thanks for the show today, sir. You know King of Biltong. Biltong USA. Google it. Get some Biltong. Might help calm the nerves. Bucky's is Rome says, this feels like being in Iraq and losing guys. I'm pissed and I'm sad. He was the future of America and was going to do great things. We are being hunted, and our philosophers and leaders are being killed or attempted to be killed, and the Democrats encourage this. Or they just play dumb. Well, how come you did this? I don't know. And the media covers it up too. And their media demonizes us. Like it or not, people, you are in an insurgency conflict. And the worst part, the Republicans control everything, and this still happened. Where are the arrests on these people? Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not living in George Bush's world, where it's like a civil conversation between both parties. Yeah, maybe 20 years ago that was the case there, Georgie. But a lot has changed since then. Carrie Silvina Espinoza Villanueva. What's up, Carrie? Thank you for being here. Says, heartbreaking. Charlie Kirk was the hope for our youth. I invited Charlie to speak at Palomar College 11 years ago, and I still have the keepsakes he sent me. Man, that's awesome, Carrie, that you got to experience and connect with Charlie. I never got to speak with him or talk to him, and I regret that. I still have keepsakes that he sent me. That's awesome. And thank you for sending some love and just honoring his memory, and another testament to what a good dude he was. Bucky's is Rome shared this one. Somebody posted this: never voted in my life, but Democrats assassinated one of the smartest, brightest future leaders of the United States. Congratulations, Democrats. You radicalized me beyond belief, and I'm now voting in every election for Charlie. And I hope a lot of people like that. And how the Democrats play. And they'll take you out, man. They'll say you don't deserve hospital care. They don't play. Now they're shooting our top leaders. Ravicus says Andrew Breitbart left. Yeah, and Andrew, that was a weird story too. Remember his death, like a heart attack with a ray gun or whatever. so sad and so ridiculous. A guy who advocated for youth and for traditional values is somehow a threat. He threw words and ideas around, not bullets and bombs, for God's sake. Rest in peace, Charlie, from Knox Bierman, defense attorney in Texas. Here's one from Rick D. This is a screen capture from a video taken in the building next to the venue, circled in red with the arrow. And so maybe that is the shooter, is I think what some people are pointing out. And I think I saw another video of running across the roof, but it was hard to see, it was all pixelated. Thank you for that, Rick D. Sending that out of an airplane. Igor Voku, what's up, Igor? Thank you for going on, for being here today, supporting all of us here. We are all Charlie today. Pray for his wife and children, and we will. Amen to that. Yeah, this hit, man. This really hit. Kareem, I'm in shock. This is so sad. Charlie was such a great man. His death is a major loss for America. It's a massive loss. The dude was a force. He's got global world leaders coming out, paying tribute to him. Incredible. Heavy Johnny, what's up, Heavy Johnny? I went to school at the University of Utah when it was Utah Valley State College. What's up, Heavy? It was such a conservative community. I am so sad to hear this news. Thoughts and prayers, and God bless Charlie. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here, my friend. Hope things are well in Japan. Jeffrey Adams, I wonder if everyone agrees that James Comey looks like the stupidest human being on planet Earth regarding his most dangerous threats to America. Well, yeah, I mean, they kept saying that. They kept saying Republicans and white supremacists and homegrown violent extremists. Remember during the Biden administration, they like rolled out a new plan every quarter. It's like homegrown domestic violent extremism, HGVEs this quarter. Next quarter, it was racially motivated domestic violent extremists, the RMVEs. Wow. Then the new one, it's the religiously motivated. Oh my gosh. One after another. Turns out it's trans who are shooting people. Bucky's Azeron says violence like this happens because, for some reason, they won't send in the feds to arrest every cell of Antifa or their offshoot Trans Tifa. All of these organizations, there's all Telegram groups, they're all working together. You don't arrest it says, this is what inaction can cause when you don't arrest terrorists that literally take over cities. They set up Chaz and Chop, remember the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone and things like that, where they had their own jurisdiction. Why were they not rooted out? Why is not every person there charged with an actual insurrection since they try to take over buildings and fleece residents for money? Where's the investigation and the rounding up of all those people? It says, and now they're literally threatening to and sometimes killing you. Like, what the F is the DOJ and the FBI under Republican leadership doing? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope that they find this guy and there's something to look into, and that starts the opening of the floodgates and all of their financial networks, and all of it is investigated. The people who are funneling money to the universities, all the people who are enabling this ideology and funding the media that's calling people fascists and all those things. I want to know who they are and what their role was in this murder. James Anderson, what's up? Member for 8 months. Rob, I feel so sad it took place here in Utah. All my friends were there. James Anderson, I'm sorry, brother, man. What a horrific day. I hope your friends are okay, in the aftermath, and that they're able to continue to engage and continue to pray. We're sorry it happened, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here for 8 months. Thanks for sending love in and for your prayers. Alexander Victor, what's up? Understand what is about to transpire will be unlike anything the left has seen. Make peace with whatever your godless ideology you worship is. I don't want to see war, but if it's here, then it's here. Yeah, no, we don't want political violence at all, okay? We don't. That's why we don't shoot people in the necks. But they did! They did. And so what are we supposed to do about it? I'm not saying get violent, but I'm saying enough with the civility with the left. They don't have civility for us, not even an ounce. Bucky's as Rome says, when Democrats lose elections they couldn't steal, they murder the people they were unable to defeat. Great comment. Sean Davis, burner right there. Yeah, and they're cowards. Or they go talk to the press, or they try to remove a candidate from the ballot, or they try to imprison every single person who's even lawyers who work for them. They're monstrous people, and the media enables it. And now it's just escalating. Now we've got a dead Charlie Kirk. It's been escalating and escalating and escalating, and they just want us to be like frogs in a boiling pot, just sitting here getting lectured about civility. Summerman, what's up? Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Yeah, no, we know where Charlie is. Charlie's in a good spot right now. He did a lot of good work, was a very good man of faith, and was taken out for speaking truth. Thank you, Summerman. Brian Hinkle says the left are the violent ones. Yeah, they just shot Charlie in the neck. They tried to shoot Trump in the head, and they always keep saying, well, what's the motivation for that? Why did Thomas Crooks want to shoot him in the head? He's probably just a psycho. Okay, yeah. Because they want to take out our people, because they can't beat us in the arena of ideas, because their ideas are terrible, their policies are ineffective. Swade's Lounge says, there was a guy on X who implied he was going to evaporate Charlie at the rally. We covered that, yeah, so I think I had that one queued up somewhere, wherever that post was. But yeah, we definitely shared it. He posted this yesterday. It's all over X right now. YouTube is censoring his name, otherwise I'd post it. Well, thank you, Swade's Lounge. I think we covered it, so maybe YouTube will censor us. Kind of worried about that in general on this issue. I think they, they might be on the lookout for people calling for political violence and saying you're harmful and dangerous, blah, blah, blah. Here's the image.
Yeah,
Charlie
blah, blah,
Kirk
blah.
is coming to my college tomorrow from Omar. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. Smiley face of a dog. That's their people. Thank you, Swade's Lounge. Thanks for the dono and flagging it for us. Yeah, hey, here's our friend, I think from Ukraine, in Cyrillic, says you are literally being slaughtered one by one. Yep. Illegals come in, rape and murder our women, traffic humans into our country. Criminals are let go so that they can go get treatment from judges' treatment facilities. What are you going to do about it? Just talk more?
I already had the dead linger.
I do not suggest anything, but I cannot figure out how
It's absolutely Siberian.
Alone. Yeah, and I think that's right. I mean, we can talk a lot. Talking is great. But when you get a mandate from the American people to govern, and you're dealing with a suicidal political party that wants to eliminate your country, I think that there can be investigations, and you can just ratchet it up, man. And you can go find where the money's coming from, find out who is funding these things, and figure out what crime is happening and charge them accordingly. Sev Russ says, yeah, prayers are nice and everything, but I want action. The left can keep their prayers if they don't follow with positive action. Yeah, prayers are important, and I did pause and I prayed for Charlie to make it, and I will continue to pray for his family and for his soul and for his team and for his cause and for everybody who knew him and all his friends and all of the people that he impacted. But we're not just going to stop there and just wait for like civility to have the left come out and say, actually, we're sorry that this happened to you. They're not doing that. They're blaming him and blaming MAGA for exploiting him. AMD says a random guy in the crowd provided cover for the killer to get away by claiming to be the killer. This is assassination, a culture in action. Wow, that's interesting. So maybe that's what the obstruction of justice charge was, right? He says, I did it. The other guy got away. They said, no, you did not do it. And he still got charged. That's an interesting theory, AMD. Thanks for flagging that.
If I was any more tired, I'd be
That guy's
comatose.
police report or see what the criminal charges are. I don't know what Utah's public access system looks like, but yeah, I want to see the charges on that person and the other person if they charge him, if they have the guy. Mike Alvord says, you know, I'm not violent, but I'm raging against the left. And I think that's appropriate, right? We don't want violence. Thank you, Mike, for being here for 3 months. But there should be outrage, right? People should be outraged about this. So all of the calls for civility in my mind, go in one ear and out the other. Yeah, thanks. We tried to be civil. You know who was civil? Charlie Kirk. And he went there and tried to have a civil conversation with people. So don't lecture us about civility when they're shooting our people who are trying to engage in dialogue in the neck. Tell them to be civil. Tim Jake, referencing the NSA. What's up, Tim Jake? Our top secret spy in the house. Says NSA Rubio monitoring U.S. comms in support of ISO, the investigation. Says DODM 5240.01 details how that works. Wild. In a nutshell, if the AG approves it, the NSA can monitor U.S. persons in support of law enforcement. Wow. Yeah, so that's what was happening. So, boom, they just, issue an order. They start getting some permission, start tapping phones all over the place to go track this dude down. Tim Jake, our resident super spy, thanks for being here and for filling that in for us and for the nice dono. We're grateful for you. G-Men says, first thing MSNBC said, this could have been one of his supporters firing celebration shots. We played that clip. These people piss me the F off. You cannot possibly hate the media enough. Yeah, and they're all the ones telling us to just, oh, stop, you're complaining. Don't get violent, you Republicans. Us don't get violent? Charlie Kirk is shot and killed. So these people, yeah, me too. You cannot possibly hate the media enough. Rest in peace, Charlie. Yeah, that is a great human being right there, and many are disgustingly celebrating online. You're seeing it too. I know the faith he has in God that he was shared with everybody and preached to so many is immediately going to get him right inside heaven's doors. It's so awful, but I suppose he's in a better place now. It is heaven. Yeah, I mean, it is heaven. It's a pretty amazing place, but I'm sure his family doesn't feel the same at the moment. G-Man, he's not just a political figure in America. There's even a Turning Point Action Committee of the UK that he started. And he got Keir Starmer to, send condolences to his family. That's what a force of nature he was. Trino Galaxy says, Democrats are disgusting. If this was one of theirs, it would be wall to wall, blaming Republicans and declaring the deceased a hero. It has been. Yeah. They did it with George Floyd. George Floyd was a drug addict in the middle of committing a crime who did not die by asphyxiation, died because he had arterial sclerosis and hypertension in his failing heart, complaining about breathing before he was even on the ground in the back of the police car. We saw the body cam. They turned it into a state funeral. They gave him a hagiography, and there was not even an ounce of evidence that it was a racial attack. It was a Chinese officer. Or an Asian guy, whatever that was, right? What? 4 cops were all saying, we got to subdue this dude. They still burned the country down. We had politicians taking knees all over the place. But when it's Charlie Kirk, are we going to see the same reaction from the media? Well, they're covering it right now. But they're asking questions about gun violence, and AOC's talking about gun violence. I think I had AOC out here. Like, let me show you AOC and see what she had to say. Because I think she posted about gun violence. Like, okay, so you really think it's about gun violence, or do you think it's about your side murdering people? And yeah, here's what she says, right? This is the garbage from them. The scourge of gun violence and political violence must end. The shooting of Charlie Kirk is the latest incident of this chaos, and it must stop. We cannot go down this road. There's no place for it in America, and we wish for his recovery. And we got it. Yeah, it's a half-accurate statement. It's political violence by your side, taking out one of our sides. So, there is no place. There's no place for it in America. That's right. That's a right statement. So I'm glad she said that. Anyways, what's up? Uncle Bosie's here. I've been saying for years that the left will never peacefully give up the power that they illegally stole. Yeah, they're not going quietly into that good night. They're instituting judicial coups, filing lawsuits all over the place, and having judges, corrupt judges, talk anonymously to the media without Trump being able to recuse them.
Where runs faster, that would be nice.
At the hand of leftists. I truly believe that violent attacks and murders will increase, Uncle Bosie says, so buckle up. Man, I hope not. I hope not. And I think one way to prevent that from happening is to respond with resounding force. So whatever this leads to, whoever this person is, and the people who enabled this person and created this ideology should be investigated. Bucky's is Rome. Imagine showing up to a barbecue I was having and you shoot my friend and leave and people tell me I must turn the other cheek. Yeah. Then a week later, the same scenario, it happens again. And I must turn the other cheek again. And then again. And then again. How long am I supposed to...
I hear you, man. I can't remember if it was 2 or if it was 4.
Turn my cheek while you kill everyone around me and then eventually come for me. Yeah, thank you for rephrasing that, Bucky's is Rome, in the way that you did, because that's how it feels. And if we say something about it, they say we're taking advantage of it, or exploiting Arena's death, or we're exploiting Charlie Kirk, or it's gun violence. It's not political violence from Democrats taking out people one after another. Hey, what's up? Ray Neptune. Good to see you, Ray Neptune. Says, I am a black conservative. What's up? Shout out to our black conservatives out there. Thank you, Ray. I love Charlie Kirk. He was an extreme voice of reason. Democrats does nothing but destroy everything they touch. Could have just asked Charlie a question, but he would have obliterated them in his response. So they had to shoot him and kill him. Thank you, Ray. Thanks for speaking out, my friend, and thanks for being here today, talking about this with us, supporting everybody here. We've got Charles Eldred. Easier way to make the highest change? Change the laws regarding legacy media back to what they were. Don't allow mixing of opinion in the news. That's interesting. Yeah, and I wonder how
I should probably locate a restroom.
Fairness doctrine kind of a thing. Remember when that was in place, like equal time to both sides and all of that? Yeah, I don't know, Charles. I think that many of these people are just kind of broken in the brains. They have TDS, they've been brainwashed their whole lives. And it's hard to blame them for that. And I was talking about this yesterday, about, when I came up, when I was like in seventh grade, like they split our classes up. They had you argue in favor of affirmative action. Remember this? 80s babies, you went through all this crap. Affirmative action was the thing before we had DEI. So they're just brainwashing people, right? Like white people are bad, black people are good, minorities are good, white people are bad. You have to give up your seat in the colleges so that they can have it and just eat it, right? You're bad, you're bad. Our whole lives, racist from the very beginning. Born as a racist, didn't do anything other than happen to be white. And we can't talk about that, right? Otherwise, you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a white supremacist, you're a nationalist, a Christian nationalist, or any of those things. And the entire time, we're just supposed to watch our country, our culture, our friends get murdered, our citizens invaded and raped and attacked. This is our country. We don't have to just sit here and take it. Serrano Guardia says the last question was a deliberate setup and the assassin was trans. Says the last question was a deliberate setup and the assassin was trans. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know who it is exactly. But if that post on X had anything to say, that was a non-binary person who went to that school. So maybe we'll learn more about that. Thank you, Serranos, for that. Yeah, and it's weird, right? It's like if it's a trans shooter and the shot happens right at the trans question, what is that? Bill McPherson, what's up, Bill? Says, martyrs have a way of rallying the people. No doubt, no doubt. I know Trump is alive by Christ's hands. If he allowed Charlie to be martyred, it is for his greater glory. Bill McPherson. Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, a lot of wisdom in that idea that, God isn't scratching his head up there. Okay, that's us. We're down here scratching our heads, but he's not doing that. Savage Studio says, yeah, they're unaliving us, literally. Like shooting Charlie, a political activist, right in the throat. After saying that we spread misinfo, we're Nazis, we're the problem, we're killing people, we're killing trans, we're killing illegals, we're killing everybody, so they have to kill us. We're not killing anybody. They're killing our country. Yet they resort to violence, unaliving folks, flaming cars, looting stores, torching Tesla because they lost the election.
I can't contain this much
They burned
longer.
down half the country back during the Summer of Love. The 3rd Precinct Minneapolis Police Department. Kamala Harris was posting a post to get them out of bond, help them raise money to post bond so they could get out of custody. That was Kamala Harris. The Rubos are here. Says, Cash Patel says the suspect has been caught. Shout out to the Rubos for flagging that one for us. Yep. So, Cash says they got the guy. Local cops say not 100% sure on that. And we'll keep our eye on it. Also keeping a look at the cables. And lots of guests, people talking about stuff. Yeah, anyways, Rubos, thank you for that. Bucky's as Rome is here. Says, hey Rob, please forgive my language here. I'm sorry, but F Democrats, okay? They are my sworn enemy, and today they radicalized me beyond their wildest imagination. I think you're not alone on that one, Bucky's. You're not alone. And I feel the same, honestly. All right, enough. I was pretty upset about Arena and how the media handled that and the double standard that exists. Pretty upset about everything we talk about here, really. But it's a pattern that is accelerating, and Charlie Kirk was an icon. And they took him from us. And then they are now saying he deserved it, and we can't figure out what the...
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine is repeatedly misaligned during sleep, creating tension and inflammation that prevents proper muscle recovery and healing. While it may only result in morning stiffness, the hidden dangers are far greater than you think. Over 54 million Americans suffer from chronic neck pain, but only 20% address the root cause, and even fewer do something about it. Meanwhile, they continue to develop health problems that can gradually destroy their lives. From chronic pains, hormonal disruption, weight gain to cognitive decline, and even depression. If you care about your health and future, there is one simple way to reduce these risks. Introducing Darila Ergo, an ergonomic pillow designed to improve your sleep and reduce neck pain by providing the head and neck support needed to maintain proper spinal alignment and posture. Here are 7 excellent reasons you should replace your regular pillow with Darila. 1. Tuck neck correction. If your neck is bent and your chin points at your collarbone when you lie on your pillow, you strain your cervical spine and compress vital nerves. Darila's curved shape automatically corrects this by keeping your neck in neutral alignment and letting your spine maintain its natural curve. 2. Support in any sleeping position. Other ergonomic pillows can improve your neck alignment, but only when lying on your back. They become ineffective.
Motivation was. So I don't have any, they're not coming at this in good faith. They're not coming at it with civility. From Obama to Kamala to the leaders of their party, they want you subjugated or dead, and we're not doing either one of those. So Bucky's is Rome, thank you for this.
That's
yeah,
kind
here
of
you go. Here's
crappy
another
spacing.
blue sky lunatic, right? Somebody says Charlie Kirk advocates for guns everywhere, and so he got what he deserved, right? They're sick freaks in the head. Fred
Yeah, they
Penamonte
are.
says, Arena had me so upset I couldn't eat.
Sick
Yeah,
freaks.
I got that white girl, that guy. Pulls her head up, stabs her in the throat, she bleeds out on the ground. Media doesn't cover it because it's a black guy and a white girl. That's it. If it was the opposite, if it was a white Russian against a white girl, they would, unfurl the Ukrainian flag in the House of Representatives. But they don't do that when it doesn't serve their interest. And it's our country. And if the media wants to continue to be dishonest about it, then there should be repercussions for that, right? And I'm not saying anything violent,
Absolutely.
but there should be consequences for enabling this criminality. I watched Charlie Kirk close-up video a few times, and now I'm angrier than I've ever been I can remember. I'm done with them. Don't talk, don't look at me, don't come near me. Yeah, did you condemn Charlie Kirk's murder? You didn't? Okay, then I don't want anything to do with you. You're a monstrous person, you're a demonic freak, get out of my life. Don't. Kirk broke the left's stranglehold on college students, which the left could not allow to happen. He was working from inside the belly of the beast. Yeah, going right into it. Running uphill at the head of the battle, right into the colleges. And he was excellent at it. Really good.
Yeah, he
Practiced, really studied. You could tell this dude did his homework, which is why they had to kill him. Julianne Avery, what's up, says these guys are not yet updated yet. So I think, Julianne, yeah, you were giving us an update on the press briefing. And it sounds like, maybe the lines were crossed a little bit between Cash and others. NY says, I'm so sick of law enforcement getting in front of the public and thanking everyone with their meaningless platitudes. We are unsafe because these overpaid idiots are responsible for our safety. From NY. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I'd blame more of the Democrat ideology than those local cops. Charlie Kirk is a big dude, but do they have people watching for snipers on rooftops? Probably not. And he does these all the time. Anyways, it's a sick thing. I know, NY. We're all very upset about it. Cardinal O'Flanagan says, I would
Good
be surprised
response.
if Cash was correct, and they did not update these officials. He may not trust that they aren't part of a conspiracy, says Cardinal O'Flanagan. Yeah, it was just an interesting phrase, because Cash says, we got the guy. Then they said, we have a person of interest. Like, what's the difference there? Where's the daylight between those two questions? Thank you, Cardinal O'Flanagan, for that one. Hey, Biology Always Wins. What's up, Biology Always Wins? Thanks for being here. Says, Rocking Rob, I am as furious as you. I have zero trust in our justice. Do you have enough faith in the Trump administration, in Trump? I pray for the family. I also pray for the young adults that are out there. Yeah, it's a great question, Biology Always Wins. And I mean, I have hope in Trump and the Trump administration.
Me too.
There are,
I hope.
People in this position. They have a very tall order ahead of them. They're facing really unprecedented times. We've got contemplation of prosecuting Obama, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, and a lot of
It
others
needs to happen or it
for
won't
their
fucking
crimes.
stop.
And so, the administration, to rise up and address that, it's going to be epic. And I hope that they're up for it. And I think that if anybody is up for it, it's Trump. And if it doesn't happen this time, I have real concerns about that, because I don't think it will again. But this is the moment. This is the time. This is the precipice. Charlie Kirk is dead. They killed him. And now they want to play nice. No thanks. What's up, Milan? Dan just reposted Cash's post. Man, so we got the tag team on that one. Milan, thank you for that. We appreciate that one. Psalms 91, pray 24/7 says, at 200 yards, it has to be an expert in shooting. This seemed planned. We are in mourning. We have lost one of our great freedom speakers. May God bless us with strength and comfort. From Pray 24/7. And yeah, I don't know. I think other people are saying, well, if you know how to shoot a gun, 200 yards is not a big deal at all. It's 2 football fields. Kind of seems pretty far to me. To hit somebody right in the neck from 2 football fields away, kind of feels like a long shot.
Survival log day 1. I am still alive. Survival log day 7. Here, temporarily safe.
I made too many.
Survival log day 15. Here, weapons are the only truth. Survival log day 22. They are here. Survival log day 30. The first time. I can watch the sunset quietly. Survival log day 45. I am not alone.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month. Find your courses. Complete them at your own pace, anytime, anywhere. Submit to your school for credits. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep learning. With Sophia, you got this.
But if you've got a properly scoped rifle and you know what you're doing, maybe it's not a long shot. But who was this guy, right? That also begs the question. Hey, Gene Crane is here. Says Jasmine Crockett is the biggest fake. From grad school up, she went to a very expensive private school in Missouri. She grew up in a very wealthy family that lived in a gated community. Yeah, she's loaded. She's got tons of money. And when she was first running for Congress, she used to speak like a normal person. Like that you could understand. Now I have a hard time even understanding her. I mean, she gave a speech the other day. I was like, what the hell is this? And I think that's just kind of code switching, as they say, because she needs to speak to her constituency who wants to hear her talk like that for whatever reason. So she's a faker, and she's in Congress until she's redistricted it out. What's up, Sheila the Pooh? A million hugs to you and to everybody here today. Sheila Pooh says, I am so angry and completely heartbroken over the murder of Charlie Kirk. He was a God-fearing patriot and lit a fire in the hearts of some of our youth. Devastating loss for his family and for our country. God bless Charlie and his family. From Sheila Pooh. Very nice statement there, Sheila. Thank you for the very nice donut. I agree with everything you said. And God will bless them. I have no doubt about it. Sheila Poo, a million hugs to you. Thank you. Ray K, 43 months as a membo. That's a long time, man. We've been through some serious stuff. This is another one. Rest in peace, Charlie. You will be missed and remembered. Ray K, thank you for saying that. 43 months as a membo. Prayers up for Charlie. Leon Lately. Rest in peace, Charlie. You are and always will be loved and deeply missed by everyone. From Leon Lately. Amen to that. He will. He will be missed. He lost a real big force of nature. A mega player, a star player. We lost him. One old guy's opinion says Democrats have spawned this hate, and now this beast they spawned is on the loose because of the evil that spewed from their hearts and souls. Pray for our nation. And they still cover for it, like they enable it. Obama comes out. I wonder why he did this. I don't know what happened. We know what it was, Obama. Stop playing stupid. 200 Watt Studio says, we have a person of interest in custody right now, but we will find whoever did this? Yeah, I thought the same thing, 200 Watt Studio. What the F does that mean? Yeah, it was a really weird statement. But if you're, I think, and maybe he was framing it like, if you're out there and you assisted in this, we will find you. But I kind of heard it that way. Like, we have a person of interest, but we're going to find the guy who's out there too. What? Tara Rayner says, rest in peace, Charlie. I appreciate the sheriff's words. Yeah, I mean, there were nice statements today. And I appreciate the people who call it what it is. And just say what it is, because that's honest, at least. You know, it's gun violence or something like that. It's like, no, okay, gun violence happens on the inner city streets of Chicago. Like, they're shooting each other all over the place over there. Like, that's gun violence. This was a political assassination, so spare me your little reframing of it. NY Renal says, we celebrate his memory by winning the 2026 election and beating the Democrat Party into the minority party that it should forever be. And I agree. I agree. We need to beat them very aggressively, politically. Rabicus says, there is a symphony of evil orchestrating the downfall of the West. That means us. We must be forever vigilant and be able to peer into the darkness to see how they work. Being a soldier of the light is not easy, but you must get darkness on your hands in order to fight it. But alas, the Lord Jesus will wash those sins away. Man, that's a profound one too there, Ravicus. Yeah, I mean, are Christians just supposed to get murdered? I don't remember reading that anywhere. So I'm not real sure, you know, where that comes from, but I don't think so. Jia Jiang, what's up? Thank you, Jia, for being here for 43 months and being here today on this tough day. My thoughts and prayers to Kirk and his family. From Jia Jiang, 43 months as a member. Thank you, Jia, for sending those over. Rick D shared this one. Yeah, posted by a student at that university yesterday. That's that Omar tweet. Thank you, Rick D in the house, for that one. So hopefully the feds are looking into that, dude. Yeah, Jackie, silly me, carry on. 28 months as a membo says, apparently they didn't get the memo. Rest in peace, Charlie. Commenting on the little bit of daylight between Cash and the local cops. Thank you for that, Jackie. Savage Studios says, enough is enough. We have to be able to have a discussion and disagreement without violence. We must do better as a society. This cannot continue. We love our country. They do not.
At Grainger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't want violence, but I also don't really want to have a discussion with them anymore. Like, or a disagreement with them anymore. I mean, you can have that, like, you still need to win hearts and minds, and like what Charlie's doing, I think is still very important work. Because you're winning people who are on the sidelines by having those conversations. But, like, at the same time, like, the Democratic Party has to be defeated. And Republicans need to start acting accordingly. Sharpie guy, what's up? I just got home this PM, turned on the TV, and holy no, prayers up immediately. I scoured the waves, became nauseous from MSNBC already placing the blame on Charlie. Can't imagine the depravity, Rob.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know how these people live with themselves, to be honest. I mean, I would never, like, if some big lefty got shot in the neck, I would be horrified by that. So, are you kidding? We're just shooting people now? It would be a horrific situation. And I would never blame that person for getting shot in the neck. Or make a video, like, giddy about it. Well, your policies, you know, you induced all the trans to shoot you, so you got what you deserve, kind of a thing. You know, bad policy should not result in murder. And theirs is, unfortunately. And we can't engage with that anymore. So we just have to defeat them. Republicans, stop with the patty cake game. Okay, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Lindsey Graham, all you people who are squishy and keep voting for their judges. Like, those three losers voted for Judge Gia Cobb, okay, who just came out. We were going to cover this today until Charlie got killed. But saying that Lisa Cook and her sorority sisters can all just kind of keep doing whatever they're doing. They don't care about the democracy, so-called. They don't care about much anything other than their power. Just Ranting says, time for real Americans to fight back. Yes. Politically and patriotically and all the things. Pineapple Water says, Charlie spoke the truth. He knew that Christians have been eliminated in all Muslim countries. They indoctrinated are everything they accuse the right of. Legacy media is the enemy of the people. From Pineapple Water. Yeah, they are very, very dishonest, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Like, have they no humanity? What is it with them? How can they just gloss over somebody's neck exploding? They're sick. Deb's Wish, what's up? Hey, rest in peace, Charlie, and thank you, Rob, for saying out loud what I feel about this horrible, disgusting, cowardly event. And you know, look, I'm open to the idea. Like, maybe what I said is irresponsible. Maybe it's, you know, too much, it's too aggressive, whatever. But that's how I'm feeling. And I don't want to be lectured about being civil while our people are being shot in the head. So we have to, you know, we have to express that when it's time to express that. And that's what we're doing today. And again, I'm not calling for any political violence, but I do not want the status quo to continue. So people calling to just shut your mouths, that is not the right answer. My prayer, Jesus Christ our Savior, please embrace Charlie's family during this difficult time. Amen. Amen to that, Deb's Wish. Thanks for sending that in over from Rumble. Pinochet Helicopter Tour says, hey, for the audience, I was an M24 in the Army. I did not go to sniper school, but an M24 is just a 5-round Remington 700 hunting rifle. Effective range at 3/4 of a mile off the shelf. Kirk was assassinated at 200 meters, 200 yards. So 3/4 of a mile, I mean, that's far, right? So that's like 5,280 feet in a mile, so 3/4 of that's like, what, 37 something in there? So 3,700 feet, let's say, out of 5,280. That's like 1,000 yards, probably. Let's say it's like, you know, like over like 1,600 yards. So yeah, like that's, you know,
okay.
200.
How do we get back
that,
to
you know, on that range? 200 meters
labs?
Is pretty close. Hey, Breeze Feats, thank you.
Oh,
Breeze
and
Feats.
we need
Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, and we know that he will. Melanie Snare says JB Pritzker needs to apologize and resign for his remarks. What did he say? JB Pritzker, let's see what he said. PB&J over there. What did he say about this? Pritzker blamed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, this is their party. Okay, this is the governor of a major state. Here's what this psycho said. I don't even know what it said, but it says here, He blamed Charlie. Let's see if this is what he said.
My sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously is,
dead.
Become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know.
Who could it be? I don't know if it's political violence. What is it then?
They seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that
Where's the
political
traitor?
violence,
I need the traitor.
unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this
Come on,
country.
traitor.
We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And
Farm in the wild.
Okay,
Raise
so
animals and harvest
Lambs,
crops.
I
Make food
think
for
if we
yourself
go
and for
through
sale.
This other way. Not quite ready to leave.
Build a flourishing city with factories and farms. Craft everything you need for travel.
I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it.
Wow.
We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
Wow, so the J6ers did it. The only people who died on January 6th were people like Roseanne Boylan, who was beaten to death, and Ashley Babbitt, who was murdered by a really terrible officer when she was shot in the neck too. And that was a 4-hour protest. It was a 4-hour riot, and we've covered this at length. We know that it was basically a setup because there were a dozen FBI agents in the Proud Boys trial, not to mention all the Homeland Security agents, numbering 50 and more. They left the building wide open. The pipe bombs distracted everybody. They moved the fences around. They were tapping people on the shoulder to let them in. They invited them in. We had video played here. And they're going to say that's political violence. And by the way, they censored us during that entire time. And we're seeing what happens when you censor people in Nepal. They censored us. They after January 6th, they demonetized our entire channel. They said you can't talk about any election stuff. Remember that? Silenced you. That's their party. And they just shove a narrative down your gullet. And this guy can't figure out the motive until he learns more about the guy. But he'll blame Trump, he'll blame J6ers, and he'll blame the right without owning anything. So why should we have any reconciliation or have a civil conversation with these people? They are monstrous people. This is their ideology. They're killing people left and right all over the place, inviting illegals to kill people, releasing criminals to kill people. The list goes on and on. Thank you, Melanie, for flagging that one for us. Sheila Poo. 19 months as a Lambo, Sheila. You rock. Thanks for being here for so long. God bless Charlie and his family. Thank you, Sheila, for that. Jay Marino over on Local says, if Tur and Dowd have a job at MSNBC tomorrow, pull MSNBC's FCC license immediately. They are scum. Call them out for what they are. Terrorist sympathizers. Yeah, what if you just said it's political terrorism? Anybody involved in this is part of a terror cell. Antifa, you're now terrorists. Czar, what's up? Andrew Sedelo, over, I think, from South America, says, condolences, South Africa, condolences to the Kirk family and America. Thank you, Andrew. Charlie was an absolute gentleman. Was introducing my son to him, and we loved him. He was our dude, man. He was our dude, man. That's how I feel, exactly. He was our dude, okay? And he was a force of nature on our side. And your boy was just at his event, AmFest, last season. He was our dude, man. And we want action. Niels is here. Says Nancy Pelosi's son-in-law, Michael Voss, just propagandized on Dutch television that Charlie Kirk was talking about gun control. Yeah. And gun control, gun violence will be the very easy excuse that exonerates them of any role in any of this. Just like when DeCarlos Brown Jr. eliminates Arena. That's just a mental health problem. And there's just systemic problems with our crime. No, it's not a Democrat policy. It's never a Democrat policy or a Democrat judge or a Democrat governor or a Democrat senator who's responsible for anything. It's always the opposite, and the media plays that game. They are horrific. Doan, the clown on MSNBC parrots the leftist narrative that words are violence. To justify violently, yeah, and they call this a lot, stochastic terrorism. So it's not actually right, causing others to be violent. So you should be stopped from saying it. Thank you, Doan. They just don't want to talk about anything that they don't like. Just Anthony here says, my friend, love you. Please stand by. Stand. We will. Membo. That's 2 full babies. Thank you for that. Derek is here. What's up, Derek? Thanks for becoming a membo. Grab the members only stream this morning if you're looking for something else to watch, but there's nothing else really to talk about. This is it. Sheila Pooh says Charlie built Turning Point up over the last 13 years. He was 31 years old. Can you imagine what he could have built in the next 50 years that he should have had? Yeah. No, I know, man. I feel like in many ways, like we're just getting started here, like on our, 30-year trajectory. I'd be like 70 doing this show. Hello, my friends. What's going on? So, and Charlie had was way younger than me and accomplished way more in this space. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, he's already got this momentum. It's compounding, the compounding effects. It's like, it's a huge loss. And that was my point about like kind of the loss. Rondo, the lateral strike artist, when cornered. Democrats are much worse. Good to see you, Londo. Marino says, it's time to take the gloves off peacefully. Assassinate Kirk? Antifa terrorism? You threaten Trump to get home confinement? And the Democrats, by the way, they don't indict their own people. They don't convict their own people. Michael Sussman got tried in front of a D.C. jury. They said, we got other things to worry about. They exonerated him. Subway thrower, the jury of their peers, Democrats exonerate Democrats, but they'll prosecute Republicans. You can't make peace with that party. Says, time to say we're done. We don't give a crap. And speak aggressively. I can't believe, if you're a Democrat, what kind of sick person are you? Get out of my house. And shame into being Democrats, like they shame us for being Republicans. And I don't know how that is going to work for social lives and things like that, but I get really tired of people in my life who know what I do. You're like, wow, I hope your show is so great. I hope everything you're doing is working so well. I'm like, no, you don't. You don't even agree with what I'm saying. You have no understanding of the values that we stand for. So don't tell me, because I know that you're working to stop me and to stop what our movement is doing. So, yeah, it's just like, you don't need to play nice with these people anymore. Mama Pillow says, and again, I know that that's not everybody's life, and you might have like a father or somebody who's a liberal. You can't kick everybody out of your life. I get that. But you can kick a lot out. Says Nancy Jennings, Charlie encouraged open debates. He listened to everyone and responded with dignity, violence, robbery, and murder. Seems to be the only voice the left has. My brother Joey is here. I think he wants to come say something. Joey, do you want to say something nice about Charlie Kirk and what you saw today? My brother Joey. He got shot in his neck. Yeah, I told you. Pretty horrible. Pretty sad thing. It's hard when anybody dies, right? What do you think? Would you say any nice words to the family? To his wife? What do you think? Stay inside. Don't drive a...
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the nation for academic performance with an 88% graduation rate. And Nebraska public school students outperform nearly all peer states nationally on the ACT entrance exam in English, reading.
A Cybertruck, because those are hideous. So, don't go outside to events and don't drive Cybertrucks, because Joey thinks they're hideous. We did. We saw one on the road. Yeah. Well, man, thank you for saying what's up to everybody. You want to say thanks to your fans? So, Terminator 6 Dark Fate. Joey has an official request for Terminator 6 Dark Fate. John, I think he's asking for you.
Yes, please.
To put his face on that poster. He loves this current poster, so he wants it on another poster. Anyway, so this is my brother Joey, and he's sending some love. And what else do you have to say there, buddy?
Well, cool movies coming out on this deal. It's called Sequel.
Wow. Santa Claus is coming out? Another one? 4. It's going to be a good one. All right, my man. Well, thank you for coming to say hi. All right. Well, I'll be done in a minute. We'll have dinner. All right, brother. Thanks for saying hi. All right. That's my brother, Joey, paying his respects to Charlie Kirk.
He's a good dude, too.
And Cybertrucks. Nancy Jennings, thank you. Yeah, they back it with BS comments. And robbery and murder is what they have left, and they're not going quietly. They are going to fight and kill us until they win. Savage Studios, rest in peace, Charlie. A good, proud man, husband, and father. His extended family and friends. We will never forget. Courtesy of Savage Studios, number 2 in the chat. Thank you, Savage, for the donos today and the support here today. Dima Knopf. What's up, Dima? The people that laugh at this spineless killing are gutless cowards. It is absolutely mind-boggling how many sick and twisted people support this. So Dima is seeing the same thing too. Yeah, I don't honestly know how you do that. We were never, like Joe Biden fell, we're like, oh gosh, like it's not good that we have a president who can't function, but we also don't want to see him fall. I don't want to see him fall. Like, I have some humanity left still, if you believe it or not. A little bit. So how can you just watch, if you disagree with somebody politically, I would never want some top streamer on the left to be taken out, like people about it. Well, you let in all the illegals, an illegal,
I did not bring my hammer.
Maybe you shouldn't have invited them all in here. What? Like, so you deserve it or something like that? These people are obviously sick. So that's my point, right? How do you coexist? Jeffrey Adams, coexist? My butt. They're making laughing videos about Charlie's death. Trino Galaxy says, I realize this wouldn't be what Charlie would want, but I want the party of slavery to pay dearly for their actions. Do not let them rewrite history again, like they did with the lost cause and the party switch. Yeah, the Democrat Party. Yeah, and like LBJ when they passed the Civil Rights Act. Oh yeah, this is black people must be next. Everybody, like it's just an exploited party. That's all it is, and they just work for themselves and their own power. It's sick. Build the guillotines. They are beneath contempt and beyond redemption. We cannot coexist with the libtards. They don't want to coexist with us. They don't want to have a conversation. They don't want to have civility. They just want to shoot you and blame gun violence, and not them. Sharpie guy, the left's demonstration of insanity is on full display, and they're not shy about it in any way, shape, or form. And glorifying in the ultimate form of depravity, Rob. Never vote or donate to Democrats, people. It's good advice. Very smart. James Wheaton, 2 months as a membo. Jasmine Crockett must be punished. I thought I heard her drop an F. Now, Johnson spoke like right in the middle of her statement, but I heard like a F, like a K at the end of her sentence. Thank you, James, for being here 2 months. First month's the hardest. Revco, the left is at war with the right. When will the right realize it? Yeah, and I think that they're at war with America. I mean, they want illegals to have like all the due process rights of Article 3 courts. They have judges colluding and conspiring to obstruct the presidency, bad-mouthing the Supreme Court, undermining their own institution. We're not in George Bush's civility land anymore. It's not that. G-Man says, the first guy who they detained was not the guy, but was still booked for obstruction. Was he pulling away, saying, no, it was not me? If it's something like that, then you can truly never hate the government enough. So like if that was obstruction, yeah, I don't know what the situation is with that. I did see a video of him. I was going to play it, but apparently he's not the guy. So
I think we need to go up one
and he was getting arrested. He was saying, I'm invoking my right to remain silent and all sorts of things. So I don't know what the obstruction charge was, but we'll look into it. We're definitely going to keep our eye on this one because we want justice. Oopsie, perhaps Christians in America needed a martyr to strengthen their mission. Maybe. I mean, I think that's God's will if that's in action. I would have liked to have
3 reasons to start hiking this summer. 1 feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy, and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workout.
Have Charlie still here and strengthen our Christian mission, but I don't know, maybe this is what it takes to wake some people up. I know we're preaching to the choir here, but there's still a lot of people in this country who have really no idea what's happening. They just turn on the football games, go get some beers, eat some seed oils, and life goes on. But I hope, you know, this is the father, a husband, a very successful person who, as far as we can tell, had like no scandals. Like Charlie had like no scandals. Now he's dead. Thank you, Boopsy. I understand your statement, and thank you for looking into the silver lining and dragging that one up for us. One old guy's opinion says Democrats will unalive their own, like they did JFK and RFK. They're like our latest political unalives activities. What do you expect from a party that unalives children in the womb and then kills old people or seniors or, you know, people who have mental problems with euthanasia on both ends? It's just a death cult. They want illegals to come rape and murder you. They let criminals out to slice people's throats. They want their shooters like Luigi Mangione to, you know, get like GQ profiles and photos. They're sick. Nancy Jennings says, hey, Dems, try as you might, you cannot kill God. Yeah. They are trying very hard for that, and it would unravel the entire fabric of society, right? Because if there's no God, then there's no natural rights. Then, like Tim Kaine says, then you can just get all of your privileges from the government and from Tim and Hillary.
Computer.
Francis Chartrand. There was a push supported by Elon to do the murals business for Arena Zarutska. Let's add Charlie and make it happen, folks. That's a great idea. I saw that. Yeah, somebody out there, I forget who it was, said that they would donate $500,000 to put murals of Arena. Remember there were George Floyd murals everywhere? So do it for Arena. Or you won't do that, huh? Because she's a white girl, so you wouldn't do that, right? Got it. But you're not racist at all. No, you don't hate white people, but you just don't care about her being murdered. We got it. Let's add Charlie and make it happen. And Elon said he was also going to throw in another $1 million on that, so that's pretty cool. That would be great. Schlista says, this is like the MLK assassination and should be a turning point for our nation. That's an interesting comment, Schlista. Very interesting comment. Yeah, a lot of people, even Harmeet Dillon, are talking about these crime things like civil rights issues. Like, don't you have a civil right to, like, not get murdered on the bus? Not get shot in the neck? Thank you, Schlista. David D. He ignored the sixth commandment. All right, we're not reading that, David. What's up, Pet Vet? What, if anything,
I believe I need to defecate.
They conspire together to cover news stories with blatant lies to promote a narrative. How can they be allowed to spew divisive lies as truth? From Pet Vet. Well, it's because there's really no consequences for it. And they're propagandists, and this is their job. So they're doing their job as far as they can tell. And honestly, many of them are interfacing with all of the intelligence agencies and the government. Like, you hear this phrase, government media complex. Because it exists, just like the government military complex. The media is way too cozy with the government. And like many of them are related. Like somebody works in Biden's White House, and then the other anchor is on the news talking about the Biden White House, and they're married. Trino Galaxy says, screw civility, actions have consequences and no one is above the law. Everybody responsible should be prosecuted and everybody who enabled should be investigated. Bill the Guillotine says, these are Second Amendment level problems. And we're so grateful for the Second Amendment. I mean, at least we have that. So when, you know, the lib mobs come for everyone else, we'll be ready. Sheila Poo, grieving and angry is the first stage of grief. Protect and defend from Sheila Poo. Yeah, it's like you go through the stages. I used to know them all. But you go through like acceptance, denial. You know, acceptance is the end, like denial, negotiations. What's the one? Like you try to negotiate it. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Sheila. Milo Phone Bill says, sorry we're late. Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, Milo. This is where the shot allegedly came from. There's video from 2 different angles of the person running on the roof after the hit. Man, this is great. So we're going to start seeing a lot of details. We remember what happened after Butler. Lots of details came out on it. And so we'll keep our eye. Charlie Kirk shooter right after the shot was taken. Right there. So that person on the roof right there. Milo phone bill, thank you for that. Here is the shooter prone on the roof before the hit. So man, it's a pretty small profile there. Yeah, don't. It says in 2018, Rush said Charlie would be influential after meeting at a golf course. Kirk said Rush was on his radio every day. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing. And Rush was amazing as well. And Rush was a big influence for me. I listen to Rush all the time. And I miss Rush too. And we miss Kirk. I like Kirk so much because he was also trained by Rush Limbaugh like I was. Milo phone bill. How soon before they come in to hose off the roof? Yeah, remember that? We'll see what happens with this person. But yeah, FBI burnt the body like within 10 days, so nobody could do another forensic examination of Thomas Matthew Crooks. All of the evidence is torched, incinerated. FBI spraying the blood off the roof. Whole thing's ridiculous. Jeremiah, what's up? Says no more open season on the right and everyday common sense Americans. It must end now. Thanks, Rob, for waiting through all this with us. And Semper Fi, brothers. Stay frosty from Jeremiah. Jeremiah, thanks for being here, man. And going through it with us. I think that there's shared energy that we can spread and support each other with. And so thank you for contributing to that. B.H. Williams. There isn't enough Ativan and Xanax in the world to fix the left's TDS. Yeah, we've talked about this. It's like, what if there was a TDS vaccine? Would the Democrats like the TDS vaccine because they love vaccines so much? Like, well, I have to take all of them, so. Well, here's a TDS one. This will cure your TDS. Would they take it? It's like rocking a hard place. It's that red button. Jay Marino and our friend Rai-T sent us a meme like that. Jay Marino, white supremacy, F-U, trannies are women, F-U, illegal immigrant is not criminals, F-U, DEI, F-U, Trump is a Nazi fascist, F-U, from Jay Marino. I think you're capturing a lot of the feelings that many of us have out there. Sheila Poo! Thanks for bringing in a bunch of new members. Marcia St. Nick, John Ocampo, Kathy Bradbury, what's up, Monroe, Tashia, Mercenary Grip, Irish Dublin, Dan O'Connell, Trina Wright, Old Gray Patriot in the house, James Crosswell, Rooster Roy, Lindsay Cornegay, Ryan Hayes, Bristol's Channel, Sputnik Geezer, Scott Pettypost, Rich Algeni, Jacob R., and the Prophet Vibes, all gifted members courtesy of Sheila Poo. A million hugs to you. Thank you, Sheila, for sending those in. Yeah, B Money says Charlie Kirk was assassinated because he was as effective and as unifying as Dr. MLK Jr. Please pray for our country to rally behind his cause of Christian revival, spirited political debate, and peace.
Yes.
Good comment on that. We do pray for that. We want spirited political debate. We do want peace. We don't want violence. But we also want to obliterate our enemies. Bonnie, politically. Bonnie, what's up, Bonnie? Says, I'm glad you are angry. I'm living vicariously through you right now. Thank you, Bonnie. Well, like I was listening to a lot of reaction, a lot of stuff on the cables, and a lot of people just like, calm down, relax, don't get so mad, don't get so angry. We don't want people to act out violently. Like, well, you mean like what, shooting people in the neck? They just did that. That's why we're so angry. So, yeah, thank you. And it's not just like anger for the sake of anger. Like, this is a moment. Like, we're at a precipice. We have Charlie Kirk who just got killed. Like, I can't overstate this. And so if we just keep playing with the Democrats like we're playing tiddlywinks with them, we're going to lose. So I hope this is a wake-up call. Thank you, Bonnie. We appreciate you being here. And thank you for saying it. Sin Dur. What's up, Sin Dur? Thank you for becoming a supporter. And also, grab the members-only morning stream. I don't think we're going to do an after-party today because it doesn't feel really appropriate. So we'll just leave it here. So membos, but we'll be back tomorrow in the morning. We'll do another members-only stream tomorrow, depending on the schedule. I think that's the schedule. But anyways, we had a great stream this morning, members-only stream as well, so check that out, new membos. Sharpie Guy, hey, I agree with you, Rob. Bible and the birds, a time for war, a time for peace. We're in a war with demonic forces. No violence, but they want to fight, so game on. And your time will come. They all wear the T-box. DC. Yeah, Sharpie Guy. Same kind of face, many of them. in Cyrillic, Jesus said to love your neighbor. But the following God will explain that your neighbor is the one that helps you in trouble.
What's going on, Maria?
Yeah, like, are you supposed to help somebody if they want to kill you? I don't know. Maybe Jesus would say so, but I'm not Jesus, you know. So Ken L, they couldn't beat him in debates. That's why. Yeah, no, of course not. The shooter could have come down and had a conversation and talked through his disagreements and been civil about it, George, but he wasn't. Object Class Peter says, Charlie was like a father, a brother, a mentor to many young Americans.
I can't find the other robot.
These two very young children from their father. I know, it's just sickening.
Cannot find the other
and
robot.
I heard that one kid was there. I don't know if the family was there or not, but I heard a kid was there. It's heartbreaking. Revco, I see Bible verses, but even Jesus braided a whip from Revco. Thank you for that one, Revco. Yes, you know, Jesus, and he threw over the tables and stuff. Like, Jesus was he got a little ornery from time to time. James Anderson, I feel like Mel Gibson's character in The Patriot when he watches his first son get killed. I'm wanting to go full Benjamin Martin. Yeah, dude. That was a rough scene. That was a great scene. Mel Gibson came out, he eliminated all those red coats with that hatchet. And then his son was like getting the knife here, and Mel Gibson did the things like, throws it right in the head. God bless America. Patrick Lane, what's up? The left, welcome aboard. Doan, the left loses 1,000 more Charlie Kirks will emerge from Doan. Yeah, I think he'll spawn a movement. I think that his work will live on. I don't think we'll ever have another Charlie Kirk. That dude was a force of nature. But there will be many, many who are inspired by him and pick up the reins, baby. And we're as animated here as we've ever been, so we're not letting up at all. This old guy, what's up? Hey Rob, this old guy, yeah, my first post was in response to what I perceived as reactions in the chat that called for violence in return. Now, I agree with you that the only way to fix the hate from the left is to totally defeat them in our political system. They can't manage themselves, so we will have to manage them into complete insignificance. That's right.
Okay,
respond with
I guess.
strength and accept nothing short of complete defeat of them. Yeah, and this old guy. Sorry, I may have been a little bit too animated in my response to you on the first time. Because I don't think that's exactly what you were saying. You know, it's like don't do anything. But
there you go.
I do appreciate your post and this comment because we don't want violence. Like, we don't actually want violence. Like, literally
Your
don't.
job
It's a
allows
horrific
that.
thing.
That is cool.
And it's not the way to win, ultimately. I think it actually turns people off onto your cause, right? So if you're a violent person, it's actually negative to the movement, truthfully. But that doesn't mean that you're just, pathetic babies.
I need to be going to bed here soon so I can get some stuff done tomorrow.
When Mitch McConnell gets obliterated by Chuck Schumer,
I will.
Oh, you guys backstabbed us on the judges deal? They just sit there. Like Republicans are always acting civilly, and the Democrats are trying to imprison them. So that needs to change. And we got to have strength, and we got to stop with the stupid letters out of Congress. We got to start doing stuff because they're killing our top leaders. Darlene Lane, what's up, Darlene? And thank you, this old guy. I really appreciate your comments. I appreciate you being here. And thanks for clarifying that and fleshing out the full thought. I know I have a microphone, you don't, so it's not exactly fair. But thank you, this old guy. I really appreciate it. Darlene Lane, what's up, Darlene Lane in the house? Thank you for the dono. No comment on it, but thank you for supporting us today and for being here, supporting everybody. Buzzy B, what's up? Prayers for Charlie and all Arizonas. I know, he was here. Pray for his family.
I still gotta
indeed.
find
We definitely will,
this
Buzzy B. Thank you for doing the same. Thanks for being here and supporting everybody.
Robot, and I cannot find it.
B.H. Williams says, if the left was capable of any introspection, this is what they would say. I fear all we have done is to awaken a sleeping giant and instill in him with a terrible resolve. The Japanese recognizing what happened after Pearl Harbor. We just floated our ships back up and then nuked them. NTX Nancy. The sleeping tigers are now awake and on guard. EDC.
I'm really enjoying it.
Some people would say is everyday carry, I guess. On guard.
I don't know where this damn robot is. It's pissing me off.
And just like we saw the woman get her neck sliced open, how that's going to cause people to think differently about public transit and certain demographics. in certain cities and certain locations. I think this is going to cause the same thing too. The Democrats always lecture us about civility and democracy and how we should have talks and be like good people and all these things. And they don't condemn this. In fact, many of them try to make excuses for it. We don't know why it happened. It's just a random accident, Obama. Hey, Rustus Android. As much as it disturbs me, everyone needs to see the video, the live video. See exactly what they did to them. Yeah, and like I'm kind of torn on this, and I heard a lot of this today from like Rep. Anna Paulina Luna,
possibly,
and other people speaking out about this. Don't watch the video, like out of respect for the family, and I completely understand that. It's a horrific video, and I'm thinking like if it's me, I don't know if I'd want anybody watching it because it's not, it's not, you're dying, it's somebody dying right on camera. It's a horrific thing. But they did it. Like they did it. It's a reality. It's the reality of our life.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered.
We can't just whitewash and sanitize everything. They shot a husband and a father in the neck, and he bled out in front of 3,000 people.
Sad.
So, like, we want people to understand the situation. And if that's what it takes for them to realize that these people are psychos and they'll kill you for your beliefs, then I think Charlie might
possibly
want that to be seen. I don't know. I can't speak for him or his family, and I want to pay all the respect to the family and leave it to them, but we also have to know what we're dealing with and who these people are. We can't live in this fantasy land like they're just regular old, like a regular
Hey,
old
I found this
political
robot
party.
again.
They're not.
I
They're
need
not
to
a
figure
regular
out
old
whether
political
this
party.
is the
They're a bunch
second
of corrupt
or
hacks
the third
and criminals.
floor.
And they're covering up for
And
the
I'm tired
other
of looking,
criminals who are
so
out
we're
there.
gonna see if we can't
Psychological
figure it out.
projectionist asked people to prove him wrong, and they shot him. Yep, they did. Psychological projectionist. Thank you for that. Hey, this one came in from Sandy Kohlendorfer. Welcome aboard, Sandy. Thank you for being a membo. We'll see you tomorrow. Darla Shumate. Tom Homan just posted a video of the person being arrested. All right, let's check this out. Tom Homan. Does he have an X account? I'm not sure what. Yeah, oh, here it is. Thomas Homan. Let's see what we got. God bless Charlie Kirk. Let's pray for him. Okay, so maybe on a personal account.
Down
Anyways,
by the
so thank you for
aquarium.
that. So let me see.
I'm
Let me
on
do
the
a search
second
on this.
level.
Warns, clashes with Brzezinski.
There's 3.
Trying to see if he posted anything else. I'm Tom Homan over here.
Oh, and there's one over
so
there.
Thank you for the flag. I'll have to dig that one up. Thanks
There's
for flagging it
4.
for us. Darla Shumate. Couldn't
I
grab
can't
it real
get to that
quickly.
one.
But there was an arrest video of the other guy.
I don't know
obstructionist guy.
about that. I'm not
So I don't
too
know if it was
into
ultimately the same
adding
guy.
Discords.
But thank you, Darla, for that. Harold Greer, what's up? Prayers to Charlie's families. So saddening.
So
from
many
Harold
people
Greer.
abuse that shit.
It is saddening. We're going to be
Saddening.
praying extra hard for them, and I just can't even imagine, like the little girls and
well.
the wife. Oh my gosh. Scott Ross, what's up, Scott? Thank you for the cup of coffee, the cup of Joe, and thanks for being here, hanging with us. We got Harold Greer, 20 new membos.
Okay,
Good
I have
in.
an idea.
Harold, thanks for bringing in 20 new friends. You know who
Where
you
they're
are.
at
Welcome
now.
aboard.
Is this going
Grab
down?
the members only stream from this morning, and
yeah,
we
go down here
will-
to C block.
First Amendment says Candace Owens better
Find
watch out, Ben Shapiro
C
better
block.
watch out, Cartier family better watch out, and you, Rob. I don't know about me. Those are all big names. Be careful, and my wife and I will continue to pray for you. Yeah. Thank you for that. And I guess that is something to now think about and consider. But we're not even at the same level as any of those other people. I think that we're much less of a lightning rod for now. We want to be as impactful as Charlie was. I think it's something that's aspirational to reach. Thank you for that, First Amendment. Thanks for looking out, my man. Duck Fat
There
says,
we
I don't
go.
want to have bravado about that either.
And
Duck
we'll go
Fat
over
says, we know the left idolizes symbolism. On the eve of 9/11, I thought about that too, as well as the release of Tucker's documentary. It seems only fitting that Charlie was murdered today. Rest in peace. That's an interesting thesis too. Like, was this something that was an intentional assassination at this time to change the narrative about something? I don't know. Duck Fat, thank you for that one. Did Cash just give us an update? Hang on a second. Cash, let's see if Cash posted. Damn, all right. The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. The dude is still gone. Still at large. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. So about the subject that took the life of Charlie is now in custody. That person of interest is now in custody.
What the fuck?
Thank you to the local authorities for that. So Cash got a little over his skis on that one. Now he's been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues. He is still at large. Here, the Rubos just shared this. Did Trump just say something? He did. He just posted this as well. Just so the president is also out listening to what Trump had to say about this. Over here, if I can copy and paste the link appropriately. So this is from President Trump. Posted this just minutes ago.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven.
3 of the best foods for constipation, huh? Okay, let's see.
Food number 3 is refried beans.
Sure, if you want to make things worse, of course.
Food number 2 is prunes.
Oh, bless her, but this is going sideways fast.
And food number 1 is popcorn.
What?
All 3 of these foods are full of fiber, which is perfect because fiber helps.
Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the 2 young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever. To share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
Yes, it is.
And it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that funded and supported, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Buffalo, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's exactly what we wanted to hear. Anybody involved needs to be investigated. Anybody who funded any of this stuff needs to be investigated. The people who are paying for protesters to go out there and agitate and animate and those things, see what they're up to, see what types of laws they're violating, and if they're reporting those on their taxes. And the people who were shipping people outside of Kavanaugh's house, right, to assassinate him and all sorts of stuff, there is a lot more here. All the Antifa network and all of the cabals of Democrat NGOs and others who are wrecking our country by endorsing this type of behavior and covering up for it. So go after them. Do something at the scale of like the J6 committee. Open up an investigation into the Democrat apparatus, whatever. But this is the time to investigate it. And I'm not saying just make stuff up. There's plenty to dig into and latch onto. So thank you to the president. Thank you to the Rubos for flagging that for us and for being here. What's up, Just Ranting? Says the Dems just lost the next election.
Okay, so we got labs. So now
and the rest of them in the
back
future.
to main base.
Just Ranting from South Africa. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for that. Belinda Burns. What's up, Belinda? Thanks for becoming a membo. Very nice of you to do that. We'll see you on the membo stream tomorrow morning. A Dutchie's mom. Hi, Rob. The act is the reason mentioned being a defense last week. This act is the reason mentioned being a defense last week. I hope he can't use it, get off, and then others can also do this evil act. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll come out, the assassin will say, I got a mental capacity problem. I'm a mental case. And you'll have a bunch of people in the media saying, we have to address systemic mental health crises in America. What? Or
You
we
blast
need more
that thing for me?
What? You guys arrested that dude 14 times. So, hopefully it stops. What's up, Mommy Mima? My niece was there and saw the whole thing happen. I'm so sorry, Mommy Mima. I hope she's all right. And it was a horrific thing. I mean, I imagine there's going to be some trauma. Like, people who saw that, when you watch the video, you might have trauma, which is why I might caution against it. But, yeah, it's a horrific thing. And I think his daughter may have been there. Just Rhonda, I'm only here for a few moments to share my outrage, grief, and sorrow. I was already struggling.
Yep, Bill.
But now I'm about.
His name is Charlie Kirk.
I graduated from UVU. I live 5 miles away. I had a grandson on campus. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing.
It's
Thank
disgusting.
You, Jeff Rhonda. I'm about 10 steps back. There's a give, send, go that's
People
up.
are sick in the head.
That's incredible. So 100% of his proceeds will be given directly to his wife. Let's see what this looks like. And
sick.
Not sure who made this. Liberty Memes Foundation. So I don't know if this is official or what, but people are raising money and supporting them. Gosh, and it's great to see. Thank you for flagging it. Hey, the Dukes. Democrats are mad because in 1865, they forced to stay from the Dukes over on Rumble. Jigam shared this and shared this one. Hey, check this one out, Rob. Charlie Kirk shooter arrested in Utah and seemingly killed with a scoped hunting rifle. Let's see, Jigam in the house. Meme Smith extraordinaire. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is or where this came from exactly, but Jigam is flagging this. Charlie Kirk shooter arrested in Utah and seemingly killed with a scoped hunting rifle. So somebody's getting photos of this dude. And he might have been the person of interest who they released. So maybe he was just walking around with a rifle.
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. A rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
So maybe that was the person of interest. Searching his stuff.
I don't think he'd be stupid enough to leave the rifle on his dash, would you?
I don't think it was
too easy.
It sounds like they let him go. So maybe that was just a random dude with a rifle on his dash. Thank you, Jigum. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Lots of cameras. There's going to be a lot of recreation. We saw a lot of how this went down after Butler. So there'll be a lot more on this, no doubt. People will piece it together, and we'll see if they can catch this dude. Scott Smiley. Do it Charlie Kirk's way. With logic, facts, intelligence, understanding, and kindness. He could win his arguments calmly and respectfully. That's right. He was the best at that. He was very good at that. And he kind of had an above-the-fray kind of demeanor, and that really agitates people on the left, like when you don't get rattled and you're like a happy person with a nice life and good family. They hate it. Pebbles and woo-woo. Thank you, Scott, for the nice one. Pebbles and woo-woo. News MSNBC. Victim blames Charlie Kirk. I know. Breaking news. Shocking report. MSNBC.
He was reasonable. That's what he was.
And is Trump going to address the nation tonight? Or was that what that was? Because Fox News is saying that Trump is going to address the nation. See that right there?
And he was getting people to speak together,
is he have
debate
more
things,
for
which
us?
is...
We'll keep our eye
For some
on it.
reason,
We got
very
this.
few
Desert Mist
people are
says, here's
capable
part
of
of the
doing.
message from my pastor. It says, Charlie has consistently put himself in the line of fire, standing up for the truth like John the Baptist. And
Very
he put
sad.
his head on a platter with great joy and danced around it. This wickedness, murder, is the destruction of the image of God. God bless Charlie Kirk's precious family. May
4:30
God's
already?
everlasting arms surround
Holy
him,
shit, dude.
them with his unsurpassing peace. Man, shout out to your pastor, Desert Mist. Yeah. And they're dancing around Charlie, and he's not even... Rubos, pray for one another, the Rubos. Prayer warriors, and pray for our nation daily. Your prayers are stronger than you can imagine. This is a true statement. Stay strong in the Lord and put on the full armor of God. Read the word of God. It's mighty against the forces of evil. That is exactly right. And even just saying the name can push the demons out of your life. The Rubos, thank you for that. And beautiful flag, amazing. James Anderson, they got the guy. I'm going to post the link. And here's another one.
What do you mean?
From Dem State.
Sim was
so this
making
guy's
that.
not it. Yeah, this guy's not the guy. So that they arrested that dude, and I think they charged him with obstruction. As far as I know, let me just check this just to be sure. September 10th, breaking, a registered Democrat. I don't think that's the guy. Has been identified.
Not
Police
quite sure
confirmed
what
he's
you
been
mean.
arrested and put in custody. Yeah.
Apologize.
So I don't think they have anybody right now, based on what Cash just posted. It's not good. James Anderson says the guy was on a bike. He had a hunting rifle. Yeah. Hopefully they find the guy. Uncle Bozy, Rob, I truly wish that I had the same faith in the legal system to rein in the violent leftists and their supporters, but I just don't. If the Republicans don't man up and crush the Democrats politically, I have no faith that the courts will. They won't. They're an open insurrection. They've got judges who are dishonest cowards who know way better than to go talk to the media bad-mouthing the Supreme Court. Can't even identify them. I know this is a bleak outlook, but I have a very little faith in the courts because while cases are creeping around, our people are being murdered. Sorry, but I have little faith in the current system. Yeah, why should you? Why should you? Until we have accountability for all of your past actions, why should you have faith in the FBI, honestly? If nobody gets indicted for the FBI's past crimes, then the FBI just got away with a bunch of crimes, rigging elections. So why would you have faith in it? And Ron Coldman asked me this question. He's like, do you think that on your show, you're inspiring confidence out there? And I said, no. Why would we? Why would there be confidence in a broken system? So that's the point of what we're doing here, is to try to, raise attention around this and create energy around these causes so that we can have some real change and some real accountability. Off-Label Podcast, what's up? Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Thanks for saying it, Off-Label. Thanks for being here, sending some love in on this day. Schlista says, yeah, Pritzi blames the rise and Trump for the rise in political violence. So Trump killed Charlie, is what JB said. PB&J Pritzker. Go have some more donuts. Deluxe Knight says, Charlie Kirk is and hopefully will continue to live on through everyone left behind by sharing his love for our great country and amazing talking points. Yeah, he was good at it. And like, I would see those clips of his where he would just like, run down a list of like bullet points. You're like, damn, that's pretty good, man. You just remember all that? We pray for him, family, and our country in these moments. May God continue to bless those who follow the words that truly matter. Also, we here are still in some shock and have wanted to cry to much internal hurt and anger at the time. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. I couldn't believe it at first.
Don't have any eggs.
What are you talking about? And I saw the video and I thought, oh my God, this just happened.
Raw dough.
Sad day, Mizzy M.
2 wheat and one milk sack.
Really, really tough day. And we're sorry about it, man. Mizzy M, thank you. Sam in Texas, he was the youth leader, and the youth is dangerous. That is right. Yeah, they gotta, they've been brainwashing the youth for generations now, and Charlie had a strategy that was working, and it worked big time in 2024. The Gen Zers were over a lot of the liberal socialism crap, so they had to take him out. Natalie Ray, FBI just said they let the second guy go from Cash Patel. We interrogated him, he didn't do it, so he's gone. 200-watt studio. Yep, says Cash. His latest post from a few minutes ago. The recent subject has now been released. They have no one. This dude is still at large.
How do I do this?
Trump is on.
America, thank you.
All right, that's the president from the Oval Office releasing that tape. We'll have reaction from Eric Trump in just a moment.
Never mind. We already listened to that. I thought it was a bigger address to the nation or something, but it wasn't. Hey, just Don, 30 months as a member. Just got the mail, letter from TP USA and Charlie. Yeah. Thank you, Just Don. 30 months as a member.
How do I use
it's just
food
it's
prepping? No recipe?
A lot of reminders about this day for a long time. So we'll be here. Deluxe Night, I agree with Bongino about a professional, especially after witnessing the video of Trump's first attempted assassination.
How do I find the
Only
dough?
one shot fired versus multiple into the
Make
audience.
it as unlocked
that was
at level
truly
10?
a trained sharpshooter. So let's see what Dan Bongino
Unlocked
has
at
to
level
say.
10.
Because we didn't check his post, his account. He is over here. He just reposted.
We got a ways.
Cash. That's all we got from him on this one. So maybe you saw that on a personal account or something.
Recipe for the oven
But
and
the
raw
last night-
dough. Oh, damn.
Is he
We're
talking
gonna
about
have
it being
to
a
fucking
professional?
cook
Man, that's
him,
crazy.
dude.
So Deluxe Night, FBI deputy director is saying that. That was a truly trained sharpshooter. Wow.
Might as well use
Lil Roo. Hey,
some
check
kind of a
Cash's
soup.
X post. I'm an American in Scotland. You would be surprised at the impact people like yourself and Charlie are having across the world. Man, shout out to our friends in Scotland. And thank you, Lil Roo, for saying that. We're trying to help. We're trying to create a better world for everybody. We don't want to live amongst these demons who just salivate over dead husbands.
Layak appears more frequently.
So thank you, Lil Roo. Thanks for watching over in Scotland. A lot of work to be done over there too, no doubt. Deluxe Night. Hey, forgot to share this yesterday before all the unforeseen tragedy of today. This was an X30 and X100 with my Samsung S23 Ultra over the weekend camping. And so a little bit of a change of conversation, but these are, wow, look at these photos, baby. Those are great. You took that with your phone? You're making me look terrible because I can't even do that with my telescope. Thank you, Deluxe Night. Stole Sursum. What's up, Stole Sursum? Welcome
I can
aboard.
feel
Thanks for
my
becoming a
blood
member.
sugar
See you tomorrow
falling.
Member stream. Rubos are here. One of his
Might
last
as well
instructions from
do-
Jesus that he gave his disciples in the upper room during the Last Supper was this: Then he
Super
said to
tomato,
them,
milk sack,
but
and
now
salt.
he who has a money bag, let him take it, and likewise
Super
a knapsack.
tomato.
And he who has no sword, let him
Sack.
sell his garment and buy one.
Salt.
A scripture to do a deep dive study in, Luke 22:36. I think I remember that one, yeah. Sell his garment and go get a sword, because it's time to fight. Thank you for that, Darubas. I think that's what I'm taking from that. Hey, Stole Sursum. Good to see you, Stole. Thank you for the very nice dono. Says, war is upon us, whether we desire it or not. The left has declared it through acts like the murder of Charlie Kirk, actively waging it with an unyielding aggression. Yeah, and it's almost like it's like a terrorist attack. It's like not a nation state that's claiming attack for this. Right? It's like the Democrats will never claim this, and in fact they'll do the opposite. They'll say, we had
organ
no hand in
parts.
this. It was Trump who did it. Trump caused it all to happen, and gun violence did, and Charlie deserved it, according to that one psycho lady. Now, I agree with this. I mean, I think we've been at basically in a soft war for a while. I think the invasion and the fact that we've got like 2 million illegals in LA who are kind of in control of the whole region, waving around Mexican flags in our country, raping and killing our women. Yeah. What is that? If not a war? Are we not being invaded? What is that? Is that just immigration? Like normal immigration? It's not. They're brainwashing us to think that it is, and we know it isn't. So thank you, Stole Cersei.
When did I last sleep?
And, there's Antifa groups, and they all talk like this, and they all celebrate it. They're sick. They should all be rounded up. I loved listening to Charlie on YouTube, says Alana Noble. He was one of the most reasonable and inspiring gentlemen. Yeah, he was like such a nice dude. You know, like, Charlie would never come out and like be like me, like screaming about whatever. He's pretty even-keeled, pretty reasonable dude. Never got in drama as far as I can tell. Everybody liked him. So they shot and killed him. And George Bush wants civility out there. James Anderson. Hell yeah, for being here. Hey, what's up? Milan says, yeah, my daughter doesn't like Charlie Kirk. That's fine. You don't have to like Charlie Kirk, but she says that was evil. That is right. No one deserves to die for speaking about what you believe in. Exactly, right? And I would say the same. I would say, well, you know, a lot of these things are that are happening. If it happened the opposite side, I would be horrified if some left-wing influencer was shot in the neck and died in front of a bunch of people. And I would be horrified if our side was responsible for that. Indeed. What? You know, what's going on? This is not how you're going to win hearts and minds. You can't just go kill people. You think you're going to win like the middle of America over this way? No. But we also have to actually play the game. Like, Republicans have to start playing. They're not even playing right now. Like, if the Democrats had won, they would have been indicting everybody. Hey, what's up? Oh, yeah. Terminator Dark Fate. Oh, man, he's going to love that. John, you're the man, brother. I don't know how you make those, but that is amazing. So John made another one the other day, and I sent it to Joey, and he immediately sent it to my mom. And he says, oh, man, I like Dark Fate. Can they do Dark Fate? And I said, probably. So he came out and asked about it. Hilarious. Super cool, John. All right, so I'm going to save that, and he's going to love it. He's going to send it to my mom. And it's going to be great. All right, so what did I do here? Let me just save this, download that right then. Boom. All right, got it. All right, thank you, John. You're awesome. Thanks for doing that, man. Super cool. Summer, man, it's sad that we never look up when it comes to anything. Shooter was on the damn roof. Why? How did he get up on the roof? And who was watching the roof? Anybody? Was anybody supposed to be watching the roof? Probably not. Are there locks on the stairwell up to the roof? Milan says, she called and consoled me. You have a good daughter, and you're a good mother. Thank you for raising an amazing daughter, okay? You don't have to be a conservative, but you don't need to be a demonic freak, okay? Charlie got shot in the neck. Can you just pause? Even our Space Cadet Senator had a couple nice things to say. We got some reaction over from the cables. We got Mike Johnson's on. Let's check this out. Audio on here.
Republicans responded, and it turned into a little bit of chaos there. We had to bring order back and get back to it. But I think that was a reflection of the emotion of the moment, the real sense of kind of shock that people were feeling, I think justifiably, understandably. But I think after that, I think a lot of people will reflect upon things they said and did at that moment, and they probably regret it. Let's say this, I think there's a lot of people in the media who have said some things today that they probably regret. We need to be thinking thoughtfully about our language and what we're saying and how we treat one another. And this could be a big moment in America. I feel like something has changed. I do. I think it's a real moment in the country. You described the mood. Our President Trump described the mood. President George W. Bush. Everyone. Let's use this for something positive and productive as we lift up in prayer Charlie's widow and young children and everybody involved in this.
But I wonder, given that's what happened in the House of Representatives in a moment where you're just trying to call for a moment of silence, that people might see that and hear your words tonight and say, you sound more optimistic than others about turning it down or reaching that moment. What would you say to people who are skeptical about it?
Well, I understand the skepticism, but I do think we all need to be optimists. We're going to channel, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, let us really appeal to our better angels. We're in a pivotal moment as a nation. We're coming up on our 250th birthday. We're still a grand experiment in self-governance. We don't know how long this grand experiment will last. We don't have a monarch. We don't have a king to sort things out. It's government of, by, and for the people ourselves. It means the people should be engaged. They should be informed. They should engage in thoughtful debate, as Charlie Kirk was a model and a leader in. But at the end of the day, you
I think
can't
we're done for
take
tonight.
that home
We
and
made
you
some
can't
good
hate
progress.
the person on the other side. We're all in this
We
together.
got
We do well to remember that, and when we do, then we
more.
are optimistic because we remember what's great about our country.
Well, and the
Jailbroken
point we were making at the
CPUs.
beginning of the show was that he was having debates with people who, a lot of people don't like his viewpoints or
Sure.
disagreed with them, but he debated with those people who didn't. And, you talked about members being worried about their security. Understandably, they get a lot of threats.
Yep.
And, just judges, we see this all the time. The president mentioned judges there. We've seen how that's happened and that's played out. What would you say to your members about the importance of having those face-to-face conversations with people they disagree with?
Well, I've been talking about this, since before I got to Congress, almost 9 years ago. My first act as a member of Congress was to draft a document called the Commitment to Civility. We got every member of the freshman class except one person that year in 2017 to sign on, Republicans and Democrats. And the idea was we're going to have differences of opinion, but we have to treat one another with dignity and respect. That's not your enemy, that's your fellow American and colleague. Basically follow the golden rule.
Yeah.
I'm an advocate of that, have been consistently all the time. I think we should engage the debate. I think it's incumbent upon, particularly members of Congress, to go out into that free marketplace of ideas and share their thoughts and take and receive and have dialogue with people who disagree. That's the beauty of America. We don't censor and silence disfavorable viewpoints.
Whatever, man. It's not silencing disfavored viewpoints. You can say that they signed your little stupid civility memo, and what did they do in 2017? They launched Crossfire Hurricane, an entire operation to take out Trump. So the Democrats will lie right to your faces. They'll talk about judge deals with other, Mitch McConnell and creating these deals, and then as soon as they have an opportunity, they'll stab you in the back. They'll sign the civility pledge, no problem, but then have Andy McCabe and James Comey and Barack Obama and all of them collude to implicate Trump and launch an entire 2-year inquiry. They all were lapping it up with Robert Mueller and all of these things. It was all fake. It was all made up. It was all ordered by Barack Obama and Clapper and Brennan and these criminals. So, okay, fine, civility, you can talk all day long about civility, but Mike, they're beating the crap out of you. You want to talk, in these broad platitudes, but we need to have some very substantial victories, and we've got a short window of time. Okay, clock is running out on this thing. So we'll do civility after we won. After we've locked everything down and gotten it all figured out, then we can have civility and invite the good ones back to the table for tea. But until then, they need to be defeated. So Mike Johnson's out, saying much of the same stuff.
All right.
I'm over it. I'm over the platitudes. I'm over the letters and the calls for civility. We wanted civility. We would have been open to that until they started shooting people and slicing necks. Milan says she called and consoled me. You're a great mom. Glad that.
I'm not bothering anybody because we don't have enough people here.
You guys are
Anybody who
awesome.
was here
Don't.
chatting, if you're still
Age-old
here
questions.
watching the video.
Do the libs who are not smart know that they're libs who are not smart from Doan. Doan's over here on the comments, and we appreciate Doan. Let's see what we got over here. Says, do they know? So I don't know. I don't know. I think the TDS people, many of them don't know, and they're in a bubble of other TDS people, so they're all like, you know, kind of sniffing their own scents. Yeah. Hey, Sharpie guy, there is
I don't
no
know what to
love
say.
that
I don't
equals
even
Down
have
syndrome
words.
Love. Rob, you were so blessed.
Can't
Tell me
put
about
words
it. Joey
together
has
to
been
say
a
what I need
total
to
blessing
say.
in my life. I would be a different, much worse person if I didn't have Joey in my life. So I'm very grateful for Joey, and we're gonna go have some dinner here in a second. I got to go figure out what we're doing. So. Original Poke Low says, I wonder if there will be rioting in the streets.
You know Charlie Kirk.
Probably not, though.
You knew him.
How come? Why?
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom.
Introduce somebody to him.
Why do we have to be kept in check?
If you did not, please check out what he has done.